Welcome to our channel, where history meets tranquility. Tonight, let our war sleep stories transport you to epic battlefields and moments of valor, all wrapped in soothing soundscapes designed to guide you into peaceful slumber. Where are you listening from tonight? Let us know in the comment section below. Whether you're unwinding after a long day or seeking a calm escape, you're part of a community that finds comfort in these tales of courage and resilience. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let the echoes of the past guide you into the deepest sleep. Sweet dreams, and don't forget to subscribe. Thank you. The desert was alive with a sound like rolling thunder, artillery fire. It shattered the stillness of the Kuwaiti night, mingling with the acrid smell of burning oil wells. Sergeant First Class Mark Hollis crouched behind the hull of a battered Mon Abrams tank, his gloved hands tightening around the straps of his Kevlar helmet. His unit had been in position for hours, waiting for the signal to move. It was February 24th, 1991, the launch of the ground offensive into Irag-occupied Kuwait. Hollis could feel the tension among his men. Some whispered prayers, others muttered jokes to mask their fear. Above them, the sky was lit by a fiery display of tracer rounds and missile flares. Hollis's ears rang as a volley of MLRS rockets roared past, their trails of smoke like ghostly fingers clawing at the night. "Check comms again," Hollis barked, motioning to Specialist Elena Rivera, his radio operator. Rivera fumbled with the equipment, her face pale in the dim light. "Charlie 3, this is Alpha 1. Confirm readiness. Over." The static crackled before a calm voice replied. "Roger. Alpha 1. Standing by." Hollis scanned the horizon with his night vision goggles. The Iraqi defensive line was still out of sight, hidden behind a sand berm and fortified with mines and tank traps. This was it, the first ground assault of Operation Desert Storm. Hollis knew the risks: chemical weapons, entrenched enemy forces, and the unknown variables of war. Yet, as the order finally came to advance, he steadied himself, muttering, "Let's make history." 2 miles away, Captain Scott Landon sat in the dim confines of his mobile command vehicle, poring over maps and intelligence reports. His fingers traced the routes of coalition forces pushing into Kuwait. The Schwarzkopf plan was brilliant in its simplicity, a sweeping left hook that would encircle the Iraqi Republican Guard. But Landon worried about the gaps. Could they really avoid a prolonged urban conflict in Kuwait City? Could they trust the intelligence that claimed the Iraqi troops were demoralized? "Sir," a young lieutenant interrupted, holding out a weather report. "We might lose visibility by morning. Sandstorm's picking up." Landon nodded grimly. He was responsible for coordinating multiple units, including Hollis's mechanized infantry. A wrong move could leave his men exposed, or worse, stranded in a desert death trap. He reached for his satellite phone and dialed the Forward Operations Center. "Any new intel on enemy movements?" he asked, his voice steady despite his racing thoughts. The reply was sobering: "No significant changes, but expect heavier resistance near Al-Jafra." Landon closed his eyes for a moment, blocking out the hum of the command center. He thought of his wife, back home in Fort Hood, watching the war unfold on CNN. How do you explain this chaos to someone who's never seen it, he wondered. Opening his eyes, he leaned forward, issuing a series of orders to his staff. The offensive was already in motion. There was no turning back. Amal's brother, Sami, had been missing for weeks. He had joined the Kuwaiti resistance, ferrying information to coalition forces and sabotaging Iraqi supply lines. Their mother had begged him to stay, but Sami's sense of duty had been unshakable. Now, as Amal stared into the blackness outside, she wondered if he was even alive. Her heart leapt as she heard a distant explosion. It was followed by another, then another, each one louder and closer than the last. The ground trembled as the Iraqi soldiers began shouting orders. Amal clutched her rifle tighter. The coalition forces were coming. She prayed they would reach the city soon, but not too soon. The Iraqis were desperate, and desperation made them cruel. From her position, Amal could see the faint glow of fires in the distance. Oil wells, set ablaze by retreating Iraqi troops, turned the sky into a hellish canvas of red and black. The heat was suffocating, even indoors. Amal wiped the sweat from her brow and whispered a silent prayer for Sami, for her family, and for her country. Flying at 200 feet over the Kuwaiti desert, Lieutenant Commander Michael Maverick Kelly adjusted his oxygen mask and double-checked his cockpit instruments. His F-15E Strike Eagle was one of dozens in the air tonight, part of the aerial assault that had already crippled much of Saddam Hussein's forces. "Bandits at 10 o'clock, his weapon systems officer, Lieutenant Jack Voss, called out. Kelly squinted at the radar. Iraqi MiG-25s were scrambling to intercept. "We've got company," he muttered, banking hard to avoid a surface-to-air missile. The Strike Eagle shuddered as flares erupted from its underbelly, confusing the heat-seeking projectile. This was Kelly's fourth combat sortie of the war, and each one had been more intense than the last. Tonight's mission was critical. Neutralize an enemy command post near Al-Jara. As he lined up the target, Voss armed the bombs. "Target acquired," Voss confirmed. Kelly inhaled deeply, steadying his nerves. Bombs away. The Strike Eagle jolted as its payload released, and seconds later a brilliant explosion lit up the desert below. Kelly felt a mix of triumph and dread. Every successful strike brought the coalition closer to victory, but it also meant more destruction, more death. As he turned the jet back toward friendly airspace, he whispered to himself, "Just a little longer." Mark Hollis's Mon Abrams tank rumbled forward, the tracks kicking up clouds of sand as the convoy breached the Iraqi defensive berm. The moment of contact had arrived, and the quiet tension of the past few hours evaporated into chaos. "IED spotted," yelled Rivera over the headset. The tank swerved sharply, avoiding the explosive by mere feet. Behind them, another vehicle wasn't as lucky. A deafening blast echoed, followed by a plume of black smoke. Hollis winced but kept his focus on the terrain ahead. "Gunner, target that bunker at 2 o'clock, Hollis barked. The tank's turret whirred as Private First Class Daniels zeroed in. "Firing!" Daniels shouted, and the 120 round screamed toward its target. The bunker erupted in a fireball, silencing the machine gun nest inside. As they pushed deeper, resistance intensified. RPGs streaked through the air, one narrowly missing the tank's turret. Hollis felt the heat of battle, his senses heightened to a razor's edge. The radio buzzed with frantic reports of casualties and requests for reinforcements. Through it all, Hollis kept his men focused. "Stay tight, stick to the plan," he shouted. He knew the outcome of this battle depended on discipline and resolve. As the sun rose over the battlefield, casting an eerie orange glow over the carnage, Hollis couldn't help but wonder how many would live to see another dawn. Specialist Karen Yee, a combat medic, sprinted toward the smoking remains of a Humvee, her aid bag bouncing against her side. The air was thick with smoke and the metallic tang of blood. She reached the wreckage and found 2 soldiers pinned beneath the twisted metal. "Hang in there," she said, her voice calm despite the chaos around her. One of the men, Private Jenkins, was conscious but pale, his leg mangled. The other, Sergeant Lopez, was unconscious, his breathing shallow. Yee quickly assessed their injuries, applying a tourniquet to Jenkins's leg before moving to Lopez. "Karen, incoming!" shouted a voice from behind her. Yi turned to see a barrage of mortar fire raining down. She threw herself over Jenkins, shielding him with her body as explosions rocked the ground. When the dust settled, she resumed her work, her hands steady despite the adrenaline coursing through her veins. A Humvee arrived to evacuate the wounded, and Yi helped load Jenkins and Lopez onto stretchers. As the vehicle sped off, she collapsed onto the ground, her energy spent. Around her, the battle raged on, but, for a brief moment, she allowed herself to breathe. "I'll get them home," she whispered to herself, a vow as much as a prayer. In a trench just outside the burning oil fields, Iraqi conscript Ahmad al-Hassan clutched his AK-47, his hands trembling. He was 19 years old, a farmer's son from Basra who had never wanted to fight. Yet here he was, forced into Saddam's army, staring down the might of the coalition forces. The roar of approaching tanks grew louder, and Ahmed's commanding officer barked orders to hold the line. Around him, fellow soldiers dug into the sand, their faces pale with fear. Many of them had not eaten in days, and their weapons were barely functioning. Ahmed thought of his wife and newborn son, waiting for him back home. He had written them a letter the night before, though he doubted it would ever reach them. As the first tank crested the hill, Hamid raised his rifle, his heart pounding. The battle was over in minutes. Coalition forces overwhelmed the trench with precision strikes and superior firepower. Ahmed threw down his weapon and raised his hands, surrendering along with dozens of others. As he was led away by American soldiers, he felt a strange mix of relief and shame. He had survived, but at what cost? Amal al-Fadli woke to the sound of explosions in the distance. She rushed to the rooftop, her heart racing as she scanned the horizon. Coalition airstrikes were pounding Iraqi positions near the city, their thunderous booms shaking the very ground beneath her. In the distance, she saw columns of black smoke rising into the sky. The oil fields were burning, set ablaze by retreating Iraqi troops. The fires cast an eerie glow over the city, blotting out the stars. Amal felt a pang of despair. Kuwait was her home, but it was being torn apart before her eyes. Downstairs, her mother was preparing what little food they had left. "Stay inside," she said, her voice tinged with worry. But Amal couldn't sit idle. She needed to know what was happening, to understand the chaos engulfing her world. She ventured cautiously into the streets, dodging patrols and checkpoints. She met with a group of resistance members in a hidden cellar, their faces weary but determined. "The coalition is close," one of them said. "We just need to hold on a little longer." Amal nodded, her resolve hardening. She might not carry a weapon like her brother, but she could still fight. She could still hope. Captain Scott Landon's command post was a hive of activity. Radios buzzed with updates from the front lines, while maps were constantly revised to reflect the shifting battlefield. Landon stood at the center of it all, issuing orders and making split-second decisions. "Alpha 1 is encountering heavy resistance near Al-Jarrah," a staff sergeant reported. "Send reinforcements from Bravo Company," Landon replied, his voice steady. He had no time for doubt. Every delay could mean lives lost. A courier arrived with new intelligence. The Iraqis were attempting to regroup near Kuwait International Airport. Landon immediately called for an airstrike. "We need to cut them off before they can fortify," he said, marking the target on the map. As the night wore on, Landon felt the weight of command pressing down on him. "Stay focused," he muttered to himself, "one battle at a time." The sun hung low over the horizon, shrouded in a haze of smoke from the oil fires. Mark Hollis wiped soot from his faceplate, his tank grinding forward through the hellscape. The Iraqi forces were retreating, but their scorched earth tactics left the Kuwaiti desert a smoldering wasteland. "Looks like the gates of hell," Daniels muttered over the intercom. The once pristine desert was now littered with the wreckage of war, twisted vehicles, discarded weapons, and the occasional horrifying glimpse of lifeless bodies. The tank column halted as engineers disarmed a minefield ahead. Hollis took the moment to inspect their surroundings. He spotted a figure in the distance, an Iraqi soldier limping, his hands raised in surrender. "Hold fire," Hollis commanded. The man approached cautiously, his face gaunt with exhaustion. Hollis climbed out of the tank and signaled for his medic. As the prisoner was searched and treated, Hollis couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. This was someone's son, perhaps someone's father, caught in a war he likely didn't choose. "Get him to the rear," Hollis ordered, climbing back into the tank. As they pressed on, he wondered how many more lives would be shattered before the war was over. In the darkness of the resistance hideout, Amal al-Fadli listened intently as her brother Sami described the latest plans. He had returned briefly to the city, his face haggard, but his spirit unbroken. "The Iraqis are losing their grip," Sami said. "The coalition is advancing faster than anyone expected, but we need to act. The more pressure we apply, the sooner this nightmare ends." Amma nodded, her fear tempered by determination. Her role was small but vital, delivering messages between resistance cells and smuggling supplies. It was dangerous work, but she refused to stand by while her country burned. That night, Amal made her way to another safe house, a bundle of documents hidden beneath her loose abaya. She moved carefully through the quiet streets, avoiding Iraqi patrols. Her heart pounded as she passed a checkpoint, her mind racing with the potential consequences if she was caught. Reaching the safe house, she handed off the documents to a fellow resistance member. "Stay safe," he said, his voice heavy with gratitude. Amal returned home just before dawn, exhausted but resolute. She was part of something greater now, a fight for freedom that gave her hope amid the darkness. Michael Maver Kelly's Strike Eagle soared over the battlefield, the roar of its twin engines drowning out the chaos below. His latest mission was critical: destroy a key bridge near Basra to cut off Iraqi reinforcements. Approaching target zone, his WSO Jack Voss reported. Kelly steadied the jet, his hands firm on the controls. Anti-aircraft fire lit up the sky, but he pressed on, weaving through the barrage with practiced precision. "Target locked," Voss said, arming the bombs. Kelly released the payload, watching as the bridge erupted into a fiery inferno. The radio crackled with confirmation from ground forces. Mission success. As they turned back toward base, an Iraqi SAM missile locked onto their jet. Alarms blared, and Kelly instinctively deployed flares. The missile veered off course, exploding harmlessly in the distance. "That was too close," Voss muttered, his voice tight with adrenaline. Kelly nodded, his pulse racing. Every sortie carried the risk of death, but they couldn't afford to falter. The stakes were too high, the cost of failure unthinkable. Captain Scott Landon sat alone in his command tent, reviewing casualty reports from the day's battles. The losses weighed heavily on him, each name a reminder of the human cost of war. He pulled out a worn photograph of his family, his wife and 2 young daughters. It was his anchor, a reminder of why he fought. Yet, it also filled him with guilt. Every decision he made could mean life or death for someone else's family. "Captain?" a sergeant interrupted, poking his head into the tent. "We've got an update from forward recon." Landon set the photo aside, focusing on the task at hand. The recon team had spotted a concentration of Iraqi armor near Kuwait International Airport. Landon quickly formulated a plan, coordinating with air support to neutralize the threat. As he issued his orders, he felt a familiar mix of resolve and doubt. Leadership demanded unwavering confidence, but the truth was far messier. Landon could only hope that his decisions would lead to victory, and that his men would forgive him for the sacrifices along the way. Specialist Karen Yi worked tirelessly in the makeshift field hospital, her hands moving with practiced efficiency despite the chaos around her. The tent was packed with wounded soldiers, their groans and cries a constant backdrop to her work. "BP's dropping," a nurse called out, pointing to a soldier on the brink of death. Yi rushed over, administering fluids and stabilizing his condition. Every second counted, and Yi's focus never wavered. During a brief lull, Yi stepped outside to catch her breath. The air was thick with the smell of diesel and blood, but the cool night breeze was a welcome relief. She thought of her family back home, the letters she had written but never had time to send. "Specialist, we've got more incoming," a medic called out, snapping Yi back to reality. She hurried back into the tent, her exhaustion forgotten. The soldiers relied on her, and she wouldn't let them down. For Yi, the war wasn't about strategy or politics, it was about saving lives. Each soldier she helped was a victory, a small act of defiance against the horrors of war. Mark Hollis's Mon Abrams tank plowed through the sand, its steel hull streaked with soot and grime. The crew had been pushing for hours, chasing retreating Iraqi forces toward Kuwait City. Around them, the desert was ablaze. Oil fires set by retreating Iraqi troops consumed the horizon, their acrid smoke blotting out the sun. The air was stifling inside the tank, but no one complained. "We've got movement. 10 o'clock, Rivera announced from his position, peering through the periscope. Hollis adjusted their trajectory, the tank pivoting like a predator, honing in on prey. A cluster of Iraqi vehicles lay ahead, abandoned and smoldering. Among them were scattered groups of soldiers, some armed, others raising their hands in surrender. "Hold fire, unless engaged," Hollis ordered. The sight was surreal. Enemy combatants laying down their weapons, their faces etched with exhaustion and defeat. But amidst the surrendering soldiers, a hidden RPG team emerged. A flash of smoke signaled their intent. "RPG inbound," Daniel shouted. Hollis instinctively swerved the tank as the rocket screamed past, narrowly missing its target. Rivera fired back, the tank's cannon unleashing a thunderous blast that obliterated the threat. For a moment the desert fell silent again, but Hollis knew the reprieve would be brief. Amal al-Fadli crouched behind a crumbling wall, her heart pounding in her chest. She clutched a radio transmitter, her lifeline to the resistance network. Tonight's mission was critical. Sabotage an Iraqi supply convoy to disrupt their retreat. Her brother Sammy had taken a small group of fighters to plant explosives along the convoy's route. Amal's job was to monitor the approach and signal when the convoy was in position. The streets of Kuwait City were eerily quiet, save for the distant rumble of engines. Through the binoculars, Amal spotted the headlights of the convoy cutting through the dark. She keyed the transmitter. "They're coming," she whispered, her voice trembling. Moments later, the first explosion shattered the night. The lead vehicle was engulfed in flames, blocking the path for those behind it. Gunfire erupted as resistance fighters engaged the panicked Iraqi troops. Amal's heart raced as she watched the ambush unfold, knowing her role had tipped the balance. When the firefight subsided, Sami's voice crackled over the radio. We did it! Head back! Stay safe! Amal exhaled a shaky breath, her fear giving way to a flicker of hope. The resistance was small, but their courage was immense. Michael Maverick Kelly's Strike Eagle streaked through the night sky, the faint glow of Kuwait City visible in the distance. Tonight's target was a high-value command center, critical to the Iraqi army's remaining operations. "We've got a lot of anti-aircraft activity," Jack Voss warned, scanning the radar. Bright tracers lit up the darkness as enemy guns tried to zero in on the jet. Kelly maneuvered sharply, the jet rolling to evade. "Target locked," Voss announced. Kelly pressed the release, and 2 precision-guided bombs dropped away, streaking toward their mark. A heartbeat later, the ground erupted in a fireball. But the mission wasn't over. The radio buzzed with a distress call from a downed helicopter nearby. Without hesitation, Kelly banked the jet, scanning for the crash site. Below, he spotted the wreckage and the telltale flashes of a firefight as coalition forces defended the site. "We're going in," Kelly said. He descended dangerously low, his jet's guns roaring as he strafed the enemy positions. The ground teams radioed, "Sanks" were all the validation Kelly needed. Tonight, he wasn't just a pilot. He was a lifeline. Specialist Karen Yi sat against a makeshift cot, bandaging the arm of a young soldier. Private Torres winced, but managed a weak smile. "Thanks, Doc. I owe you one." "You owe me nothing," Yi replied, her tone firm but kind. The field hospital was overflowing, the steady influx of wounded pushing the medics to their limits. Yet Yi moved with purpose, her hands steady as she saved lives. During a rare quiet moment, Yi shared a meal with her fellow medics. They joked about the absurdities of war, laughing despite their exhaustion. These fleeting moments of camaraderie were what kept them going. Later that night, Yi was called to the triage tent for a critical case. A soldier had been brought in with severe burns, his face barely recognizable. Yi worked tirelessly, her determination unwavering. When the soldier stabilized, she stepped outside, her hands trembling. She looked up at the smoke-filled sky and whispered a silent prayer for the soldier, for her friends, and for the countless lives shattered by the war. Ahmed al-Hassan sat in the corner of a makeshift detention camp, watching as coalition soldiers distributed water and food. The other prisoners were quiet, their faces weary and hollow. Ahmed's mind raced with thoughts of home. He had surrendered willingly, knowing it was his only chance to survive. Now he faced an uncertain future. Some prisoners whispered about harsh interrogations, or worse. But the coalition soldiers seemed more interested in humanity than cruelty, treating them with a dignity Ahmed hadn't expected. One day, an American officer approached Ahmed. "We're looking for people willing to help. Information about troop movements, supply lines, anything that can save lives." Ahmed hesitated. Betraying his countrymen felt wrong, but his loyalty to Saddam's regime had never been strong. He thought of his son, his wife, the life he wanted to return to. After a long silence, he nodded. "I'll help." It was a decision born of survival, but Ahmed hoped it could also be a step toward redemption. Captain Scott Landon stood atop a dune, binoculars in hand. Ahead, Kuwait City shimmered in the heat, its liberation tantalizingly close, but the final assault would be the hardest. "Intel says they've fortified key positions around the airport," a lieutenant reported. Landon nodded, formulating a strategy. They would need air support and coordinated ground assaults to break through. As the sun set, Landon gathered his men for a final briefing. "This is it," he said, his voice steady. "Stay focused, watch each other's backs, and we'll see this through." The assault began at dawn, the coalition forces advancing with precision. Landon's unit encountered fierce resistance, but they pushed forward, relentlessly. The sound of gunfire and explosions was deafening, but Landon's orders cut through the chaos. When they reached the outskirts of the city, Landon paused to take it all in. The Kuwaiti flag was already being raised in some neighborhoods, a symbol of hope and resilience. For the first time in weeks, Landon allowed himself to believe they would win. The streets of Kuwait City erupted with cautious celebration as coalition forces advanced. Amal al-Fadli stood on the balcony of her family's apartment, watching as a column of tanks rumbled down the street. She saw Kuwaiti flags waving again, a sight that brought tears to her eyes. Wenatchuhiv. Her family had been hiding for months, enduring the fear and scarcity brought by the occupation. Now, hope was tangible. Yet, Amal's thoughts lingered on her brother Sami, who was still somewhere in the city, likely coordinating the resistance's final efforts. That evening Amal ventured out, blending into the crowds, cautiously emerging from their homes. She saw neighbors embrace coalition soldiers and civilians, handing out water and dates as a gesture of gratitude. Near the city center, she spotted Sami, his face dirtied from battle but his smile radiant. "It's happening, Amal," he said, pulling her into a tight embrace. "They're retreating. Kuwait will be free." For Amal, the moment was bittersweet. The scars of the occupation would linger, but the resilience of her people would ensure they healed. Captain Scott Landon crouched behind the crumbled remains of a terminal wall at Kuwait International Airport. The air was thick with the smell of cordite and jet fuel. Iraqi forces had turned the airport into a fortress, and Landon's men were tasked with taking it back. "Sniper! Third floor of the control tower!" a soldier shouted. Landon signaled for a marksman who expertly neutralized the threat. The team advanced cautiously, covering each other as they moved through the rubble-strewn terminal. An explosion rocked the ground as an RPG struck an armored vehicle nearby. Landon's ears rang as he barked orders to his men. They returned fire, slowly but methodically clearing the area. By the time they secured the airport, the sun was setting. Coalition forces raised a Kuwaiti flag over the control tower, marking a symbolic victory. Landon sat heavily on a piece of debris, exhaustion overtaking him. This was one battle of many, but it was one they had won together. Mark Hollis and his tank crew were reassigned to a blocking maneuver as Iraqi forces fled toward Basra. The mission was to cut off retreating units and prevent them from regrouping. The convoy moved through barren stretches of desert, where ambushes were a constant threat. At one point, the lead vehicle in their column struck a mine, halting their advance. Hollis climbed out of his tank to assess the damage. "Looks like they've mined the entire road," Rivera muttered, scanning the sand with binoculars. Hollis ordered his crew to stay alert, while engineers worked to clear a path. As night fell, the temperature plummeted, but the tension remained high. In the distance, Hollis spotted the lights of what appeared to be an Iraqi convoy. "Prepare to engage," he ordered, climbing back into the tank. The ensuing firefight was brief but intense. When it was over, Hollis's unit had captured dozens of enemy vehicles and forced the surrender of another group of Iraqi soldiers. The road to Basra was secure, but the crew knew the war wasn't over yet. Specialist Karen Yi leaned against the side of a medical Humvee, staring blankly at the horizon. The day's casualties had been overwhelming, and the cries of the wounded echoed in her mind. "Hey, Yi!" a fellow medic called gently, handing her a cup of coffee. She took it gratefully, her hands trembling as she sipped. "Rough day, huh?" "Rough doesn't cover it," she replied, her voice hollow. She thought of the young soldier she had lost that morning, a boy barely out of high school. Despite her best efforts, his injuries had been too severe. That night, Yi wrote a letter to the boy's parents, describing his bravery and the care he had received. It was a task she dreaded, but felt was her duty. Before she slept, he looked at the stars, a rare sight through the ever-present smoke. She thought about the lives she had saved, and those she hadn't. The war had taken a piece of her, but she resolved to keep going. Her patience needed her. Michael Kelly walked across the tarmac, the smell of jet fuel thick in the air. His strike eagle gleamed under the floodlights, ready for another mission. This time, the target was an Iraqi military headquarters near the Kuwaiti border. As Kelly climbed into the cockpit, he felt a familiar mixture of anticipation and dread. Every sortie carried the risk of not returning, but Kelly trusted his training and his WSO, Jack Voss. The flight was uneventful until they reached the target zone. The Iraqi defenses were heavier than expected, and a barrage of anti-aircraft fire lit up the night sky. Kelly maneuvered deftly, releasing their payload with precision. "Direct hit," Voss confirmed. Kelly's relief was short-lived as alarms blared. A surface-to-air missile was tracking them. Kelly deployed countermeasures and executed a sharp dive, narrowly avoiding the missile. Back at the base, Kelly climbed out of the jet, his legs shaky. He didn't need words to express the bond he shared with Voss. A silent acknowledgement passed between them. They had survived another mission, and that was enough. Ahmed al-Hassan trudged along the desert road with other prisoners of war, their hands bound, but their spirits strangely lifted. The war was over for him, and though captivity was uncertain, it felt like a reprieve from the chaos. As they marched, Ahmed listened to the whispers among his fellow prisoners. Some spoke of their families, others of their hopes for freedom. Ahmed kept his thoughts to himself, reflecting on the decisions that had led him here. When the column reached a coalition holding area, the prisoners were processed with surprising efficiency. Ahmed was questioned about Iraqi troop movements, and though reluctant, he provided what he knew. He hoped it would lead to leniency, or at least to an eventual release. That night, under the watchful eyes of coalition guards, Ahmed looked up at the stars. For the first time in months, he allowed himself to dream of a future beyond the war. Mark Hollis adjusted his helmet and stared through the observation slit of his Mon Abrams tank. The column approached the infamous Highway of Death, where Iraqi forces retreating from Kuwait had been caught in devastating airstrikes. The destruction was staggering. Smoldering vehicles littered the road, their blackened remains silhouetted against the hazy sky. "This is like something out of a nightmare," Rivera muttered, his voice subdued for once. Inside the tank, the crew was silent, taking in the magnitude of what lay ahead. Hollis knew their orders: secure the route and ensure no remaining threats. As the convoy moved forward, they spotted signs of life among the wreckage. Iraqi soldiers, some injured, stumbled out of hiding. Many raised their hands in surrender, their faces etched with fear and exhaustion. "Hold fire unless threatened," Hollis reminded his team. The crew dismounted to assist the medics treating the wounded prisoners. It was a grim reminder of the cost of war, not just for the victors, but for those caught on the losing side. By the time they cleared the highway, the crew's mood was somber. The war was nearing its conclusion, but the images of that day would haunt them long after they returned home. Amal al-Fadli walked through the bustling streets of a liberated Kuwait city. The air buzzed with activity as residents began clearing debris and rebuilding their homes and businesses. Amal joined her neighbors, distributing food and water to those in need. The sense of relief was palpable, but the scars of the occupation remained. Amal noticed a young boy clutching a tattered toy, his eyes wide with confusion. She knelt beside him, offering a kind smile. "What's your name?" she asked, gently. "Yusuf," he replied, his voice barely audible. Amal learned he had been separated from his parents during the chaos of the final days. She took his hand, vowing to help reunite him with his family. The community came together in remarkable ways. Sami, her brother, coordinated efforts to restore electricity, while Amal organized a network to locate missing persons like Yusuf. For the first time in months, Amal felt hope bloom in her heart. As the sun set over the city, Amal stood on her balcony, watching the Kuwaiti flag flutter in the breeze. She knew there was much work to be done, but for now, she allowed herself a moment of peace. Karen Yi sat in a field hospital tent, the sounds of moaning patients and beeping monitors filling the air. The end of major combat operations brought an influx of injured civilians, many of whom had suffered during the occupation or in the crossfire of the final battles. One patient, a teenage girl with shrapnel wounds, clung to her mother's hand as Yi tended to her. "Will she be okay?" the mother asked, her voice thick with worry. "Yi's stable," Yi replied, offering a reassuring smile. Moments like these reminded her why she became a medic. Even amid devastation, she could bring comfort and healing. That night, Yi joined her fellow medics around a small fire. They shared stories, some light-hearted, others heavy with grief. One medic pulled out a harmonica, its melancholy notes drifting into the desert night. Yi thought of the lives she had touched and those she couldn't save. The war had changed her, but it had also strengthened her resolve. She vowed to carry the lessons of compassion and resilience with her long after she returned home. Michael Maverick Kelly stood on the tarmac watching the last of his squadron's strike eagles being loaded for transport. The air base was winding down operations, signaling the close of the war for the coalition's air forces. "Feels strange, doesn't it?" Jack Voss said, joining him. "One minute we're in the thick of it, the next we're packing up." Kelly nodded, his mind flashing back to the countless missions they had flown. Each had been a gamble, and every return felt like a victory. "We did our job," he said, quietly. Their final briefing included a moment of silence for the pilots who didn't make it back. As Kelly stood among his comrades, he felt a deep sense of gratitude and loss. The bond they shared was unbreakable, forged in the crucible of war. That evening, Kelly wrote in his journal, reflecting on the experience. "We flew, we fought, and we survived. But the real victory is knowing we helped bring freedom to a people who had been oppressed. That's a mission worth remembering." Ahmed al-Hassan sat in a processing tent, waiting for his name to be called. The coalition forces had begun repatriating prisoners, offering a chance to return home to Iraq. For Ahmed, the thought of going back filled him with both relief and dread. The officer who had interrogated him approached. "You've been cooperative, Ahmed. That won't be forgotten." He handed Ahmed a document certifying his status as a compliant prisoner. Ahmed thanked him, though he wasn't sure what lay ahead. Iraq was still under Saddam's rule, and he knew returning could be dangerous. But it was his home, and his family was there. As the buses began loading, Ahmed looked around at the other prisoners. Some shared his apprehension, while others seemed eager to leave. For Ahmed, the journey home was the beginning of a new chapter, one where he would have to navigate the delicate balance between survival and integrity. As the bus pulled away, Ahmed closed his eyes and whispered a prayer for his family, his future, and the chance to one day live in peace. Amal al-Fadli stood at the edge of the city park, where families had begun gathering to celebrate the liberation of Kuwait. She scanned the crowd, her heart lifting as she saw familiar faces, friends and neighbors she thought she might never see again. Her attention turned to a makeshift bulletin board, covered in photos and names of missing persons. As Amal helped a young boy pin a note searching for his sister, she thought of her own family's close calls during the occupation. Later that day, she reunited Yusuf, the lost boy she'd helped days before, with his mother. The tearful embrace brought both joy and sadness. Amal smiled as she walked away, but couldn't stop thinking about those who hadn't been so fortunate. Sammy found her that evening as they sat under the stars. "We survived, Amal. That's no small thing," he said, offering her a comforting hand on her shoulder. Amal nodded, her resolve strengthening. The city might be scarred, but it was alive, and that meant they had a future to rebuild. Sergeant Alex Garcia tightened the straps of his gear and signaled to his team. The oil fires set by retreating Iraqi forces turned day into night across the Kuwaiti desert, and the choking smoke made every step feel like a battle. "Hydrate and stay close," Garcia ordered as they approached the latest wellhead inferno. The flames roared as if alive, sending waves of blistering heat across the sand. The firefighting teams worked in grueling shifts, using specialized equipment to smother the flames with seawater and mud. Garcia's crew had been at it for weeks, but each extinguished fire felt like a small victory. As the fire died down, revealing the blackened skeleton of the well, Garcia allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. "One down, a few hundred to go," he joked, earning tired chuckles from his team. That night, as they rested near the smoking ruins, Garcia wrote in his log, "We're fighting a different kind of war now, a war against destruction itself. And this one, we can win." Mark Hollis sat by the tank, the cold desert night settling over him. The adrenaline of battle had long faded, leaving him with a gnawing sense of emptiness. Rivera handed him a cigarette, and they smoked in silence. "Think we'll ever shake this feeling?" Rivera asked, breaking the quiet. Hollis didn't answer immediately. He stared at the horizon, where the faint glow of burning oil fields painted the sky. "I don't know," Hollis admitted, "but we did what we came to do. That has to mean something." Later, as he lay in his sleeping bag, Hollis thought of the people he'd met. Civilians, soldiers, even the enemy prisoners. They were all caught in the same storm, each trying to survive in their own way. For Hollis, the war wasn't just about tanks and tactics anymore. It was about the lives touched by every decision, every shot fired. The weight of it pressed on him, but he resolved to carry it because someone had to. Amal stood in the middle of her family's small shop, dusting off shelves and restocking goods with supplies donated by neighbors. The liberation had brought a renewed sense of purpose to her community, and everyone pitched in to rebuild. Sami arrived with news that the Kuwaiti government had begun distributing aid. "It'll take time, but we'll get there," he said, helping Amal organize the shelves. As they worked, Amal noticed how the neighborhood children played freely in the streets again. Their laughter was a stark contrast to the silence that had hung over the city during the occupation. That evening, Amal joined her neighbors in a community meeting. Ideas flowed: how to rebuild schools, restore public services, and support families who had lost everything. Amal volunteered to lead an education committee determined to give the next generation a brighter future. Kuwait was rising from the ashes, and Amal knew she would play a part in shaping its new chapter. Karen Yi packed her medical kit for what would likely be her final field mission. Coalition forces were transitioning to stabilization efforts, and the field hospitals would soon be dismantled. The team drove to a remote village where reports of malnutrition and illness had surfaced. Yi spent the day treating children with swollen bellies and elderly patients weakened by months of deprivation. One boy, no older than 7, clung to her arm as she administered medicine to his younger sister. "Thank you," he whispered in broken English, his wide eyes full of gratitude. Back at the base, she reflected on the day. She knew she couldn't save everyone, but she had made a difference in that village. That night, she wrote in her journal, "The war took so much, but moments like today remind me why I chose this path. We can still bring hope, even in the darkest times." As she closed her journal, Yi felt a sense of closure. The war might be over, but her mission to heal and comfort would continue wherever she went. General Norman Schwarzkopf stood before a crowd of coalition troops, delivering a speech to mark the official end of combat operations. The Desert Storm campaign had been swift and decisive, but the human cost weighed heavily on him. "Your courage and professionalism have brought freedom to Kuwait and ensured stability in the region," he said, his voice steady. "You should be proud of what we've accomplished together." After the ceremony, Schwarzkopf retreated to his quarters, where he allowed himself a rare moment of solitude. Maps and reports were spread across his desk, each one a reminder of the meticulous planning that had gone into the campaign. He thought of the soldiers under his command, their bravery, their sacrifices. For Schwarzkopf, the victory was not just about strategic success, but about honoring the men and women who had made it possible. As he prepared his final orders, he resolved to ensure that history remembered not just the triumphs, but the humanity of those who had fought. Mark Hollis sat on a bench in the cargo hold of a transport plane, his money Abrams secured nearby. The war was over, and the soldiers were heading home. The air inside the plane buzzed with subdued excitement, but Hollis felt a deep, unfamiliar ache. Rivera nudged him. "You don't look thrilled to be going home." "I am," Hollis replied after a pause. "It's just, part of me feels like we're leaving things undone." He gestured vaguely, as if the desert below held answers. Rivera nodded. "We came, we fought, we won, but yeah, it feels messy. War's not clean." As the plane climbed higher, Hollis allowed himself to think of home, his family, the quiet of the Midwest, and the simple routines he'd left behind. He wondered if they would feel the same, or if the war had changed him too much to fit back into the life he once knew. The plane's engines roared, carrying them away from the battlefield. Hollis leaned back, closed his eyes, and tried to imagine a future without the constant hum of war in the background. Ahmed al-Hassan stepped off the bus and onto Iraqi soil. The air felt heavier, laden with both the heat of the desert and the unspoken tension of returning to a land still under Saddam's rule. Ahmed's family greeted him with tearful embraces, their joy tinged with concern. They'd heard whispers of retribution against soldiers who surrendered or were captured. Ahmed assured them he had been careful, but he knew the truth was more complicated. Life at home was starkly different. The war had drained resources, leaving towns like his impoverished and fractured. Ahmed sought solace in small routines, tending his family's garden and playing with his younger siblings. One evening, his father took him aside. "You've seen the world beyond our borders. You've faced things I can't imagine. Use that to make a difference here." Ahmed nodded, unsure what that would mean. But he resolved to find a way, even in the oppressive shadow of Saddam's regime. His survival wasn't just a matter of luck. It was a chance to rebuild what had been broken. Sergeant Alex Garcia stood atop a dune surveying the line of oil fires still burning across Kuwait's desert. His team had extinguished dozens, but the work was far from over. Garcia's crew, now dubbed the Guardians of the Oil Fields, had developed a rhythm. Each fire presented its own challenges: shifting winds, damaged equipment, and the ever-present danger of explosions. One day, while battling a particularly stubborn blaze, Garcia heard a crackling over the radio. "Structural collapse imminent," warned the voice of a nearby engineer. "Pull back!" Garcia shouted, waving his team to safety. Moments later, the wellhead erupted, sending a fiery plume skyward. Garcia shielded his face from the heat, his heart pounding. When the flame subsided, the team regrouped, exhausted but unbroken. Garcia looked at his crew, grimy, sweat-soaked, and determined. They were tired, but they had become a family, bonded by their shared mission to reclaim the land from the destruction of war. Karen Yi stepped off the military transport at her base in Germany, the brisk European air a stark contrast to the desert heat she'd grown used to. The welcome home was warm but subdued. For Yi, the transition was jarring. Her first night back, she sat alone in her quarters, staring at the pictures she had taken during the war: smiling children, makeshift clinics, and her fellow medics laughing despite the chaos. Each image told a story, and each story was a part of her now. At the hospital where she resumed her duties, Yi found herself drawn to cases involving trauma, her instincts sharpened by the war. Yet she often felt a disconnect. The routine of peacetime medicine lacked the urgency and the purpose she had felt in the field. One evening, she attended a support group for returning medical personnel. As she listened to others share their struggles, Yi realized she wasn't alone in her feelings. The war had changed her, but it had also connected her to a community of people who understood the weight she carried. She left the meeting with a sense of clarity. The war was part of her story, but it didn't define her. She would honor what she had learned by continuing to heal, one patient at a time. Michael Maverick Kelly sat at his kitchen table, staring at a blank piece of paper. Since returning home, he'd struggled to adjust to the quiet. The hum of engines and the roar of combat were gone, replaced by the stillness of civilian life. Finally, he began to write a letter to Jack Voss, his former wingman. "It's strange being home. The sky feels too calm, and the air too quiet. I miss the camaraderie of the squadron, the way we relied on each other out there. How are you holding up?" Kelly paused, then continued. "I think about those missions a lot, the good ones, where we hit our targets and got everyone back safely, and the ones that didn't go as planned. It's hard to shake the memories, but I guess that's part of it." He folded the letter, sealing it in an envelope. Writing felt cathartic, even if he didn't have all the answers. For Kelly, staying connected to his brothers in arms was a way of holding onto the parts of the war that had shaped him while learning to let go of the rest. Amala Fadli stood before a group of children in a temporary classroom. The school building was still under repair, but that hadn't stopped her from starting lessons under the shade of a large tree. The children listened attentively as Amal taught them about Kuwait's history and resilience. She emphasized the importance of unity and education in rebuilding their nation. One boy raised his hand. "Miss Amel, will things ever go back to the way they were before the war?" Amal paused, choosing her words carefully. "Some things will, and some things won't. But that's okay. We can build something even stronger, together." After class, Sami arrived with news. A delegation of foreign educators and aid workers had offered to support Amal's initiatives. She felt a surge of gratitude and determination as the sun dipped below the horizon. Amal reflected on how far they had come. The scars of war would remain, but so would the lessons. For Amal, the future wasn't just about recovering. It was about thriving. Amal Al-Fadli stood at the edge of her neighborhood, staring at the shattered remains of what had once been her uncle's home. Liberation had brought freedom, but the cost was visible everywhere. Destroyed buildings, charred vehicles, and empty spaces where families used to live. Sami joined her, holding a clipboard filled with notes from the community meeting. "We've documented over 50 families who need immediate help with housing," he said, his voice tinged with both determination and exhaustion. Amal nodded. "We'll do what we can. It's a long road, but at least we have one." Together, they walked through the rubble-strewn streets, checking on neighbors and helping distribute donated supplies. Amal noticed how some residents had begun planting small flowers or hanging bright cloths to bring life back to the devastated city. Later that evening, Amal wrote in her journal, "Even in the darkest moments, people find ways to rebuild. The war took so much from us, but it couldn't take our spirit. Kuwait will rise again." Mark Hollis stared at the neatly folded uniform on his bed. He had completed his debriefing and was officially discharged, but the transition from soldier to civilian felt surreal. At home in Nebraska, his family greeted him with open arms. His mother had cooked his favorite meal, and his younger siblings bombarded him with questions about the war. Hollis answered carefully, shielding them from the darker truths of his experiences. Later, as he sat on the porch with his father, the older man spoke softly. "You've seen things most people can't imagine, Mark. But don't let those memories trap you. Use them to move forward." Hollis nodded, though he wasn't sure what moving forward looked like. That night, he opened a notebook and began writing about his time in the desert, about Rivera, the oil fires, and the civilians he had met. The words came slowly, but with each page Hollis felt a weight lifting. His story wasn't just his own, it was part of something larger, and sharing it felt like a step toward healing. In Baghdad, Ahmed al-Hassan kept his head low as he walked through the bustling market. Life in Iraq after Desert Storm was tense, with whispers of government purges and crackdowns on dissent growing louder by the day. Ahmed had hoped to leave the war behind, but the memories haunted him, especially the faces of the Kuwaiti prisoners he had been ordered to guard. One evening, Ahmed met with a small group of fellow veterans. They spoke in hushed tones about their shared guilt and disillusionment. "We were pawns," one man said bitterly. "Saddam didn't care about us, and he doesn't care about Iraq." The conversation stayed with Ahmed long after he returned home. He began secretly writing his thoughts in a journal, knowing the risks. The act of putting his feelings into words was both cathartic and dangerous. Though he didn't know what the future held, Ahmed felt a growing need to seek justice, not just for himself, but for his country. Sergeant Alex Garcia stood beside his team as they prepared to extinguish another oil fire. The wellhead had been burning for weeks, and the heat was so intense that even approaching it felt like an accomplishment. Garcia signaled his team to activate the firefighting equipment. Giant hoses sprayed water mixed with chemical additives while bulldozers pushed sand to smother the flames. The operation was grueling, but every success brought them closer to restoring Kuwait's vital oil infrastructure. As the fire dwindled, Garcia allowed himself a rare moment of pride. He looked at his team, their faces streaked with soot, but lit with determination. "We're making history here," he said. That evening, as they camped near the extinguished well, Garcia shared stories from home with his crew. They laughed and reminisced, finding solace in the camaraderie that had carried them through countless challenges. For Garcia, the work was about more than extinguishing fires. It was about restoring hope, one day at a time. Ahmad's education committee had grown into a full-fledged initiative, with support pouring in from international organizations and local volunteers. Classrooms were being rebuilt, and new supplies arrived weekly. One day, Amal received a visit from a group of American soldiers who had helped liberate the city. They offered to assist with construction efforts and brought gifts for the children, books, pencils, and small toys. As Amal watched the soldiers interact with the students, she felt a sense of gratitude. "Thank you for not just fighting for us, but for staying to help rebuild," she said to their leader, a young captain named Harris. "It's the least we can do," Harris replied. "Your resilience inspires us." Later, Amal addressed her students, encouraging them to think of their education as a way to build bridges between cultures. "Knowledge is the strongest tool we have to ensure this never happens again," she said. The children listened intently, their eyes shining with hope. For Amal, it was a reminder that even in the aftermath of war, there was room to sow the seeds of a brighter future. Michael Maverick Kelly flew his last training sortie before transitioning to a new role as an instructor. The roar of the F-15 engine still thrilled him, but the missions in Kuwait had left a permanent mark. At the debriefing, Kelly spoke to the younger pilots about the lessons he'd learned in combat. It's not just about skill, it's about judgment, teamwork, and never losing sight of the people you're protecting. Afterward, Kelly met with Jack Voss, who had also taken on a training role. They reminisced about their missions during Desert Storm, their laughter tinged with the weight of memory. "We did some good out there," Voss said, raising his coffee mug in a toast. "Here's to carrying that forward." Kelly nodded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. The war had shaped him, but it didn't define him. His mission now was to prepare the next generation, ensuring they were ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. General Norman Schwarzkopf sat in his office, reviewing reports on the ongoing recovery efforts in Kuwait. The coalition's victory had been decisive, but the work of rebuilding was far from over. In his personal journal, Schwarzkopf wrote about the challenges of balancing military strategy with humanitarian concerns. Liberation is only the first step, he noted. True victory lies in the restoration of peace and dignity. That evening, he addressed a gathering of military leaders and diplomats, emphasizing the importance of cooperation in the post-war period. "We must not only learn from this conflict, but ensure that its lessons guide our actions moving forward." As the meeting concluded, Schwarzkopf gazed out the window at the setting sun. The war had tested him in ways he hadn't anticipated, but it had also reinforced his belief in the power of unity. For Schwarzkopf, the end of Desert Storm was not just a conclusion, but a new beginning, an opportunity to shape a world where such conflicts might one day become a distant memory. The air was thick with dust, a haze of conflict and fear blanketing the streets of Kabul. The oppressive August heat mixed with the stench of burning debris and gunpowder, a palpable reminder that Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan, a city that had long been the center of hope and despair, was slipping away. The sky above was streaked with plumes of black smoke, rising from multiple points where the Taliban's forces had struck key infrastructure targets. In the heart of Kabul, a small group of Afghan soldiers stood, watching the chaos unfold. Their uniforms were ragged, their faces etched with exhaustion. It had been a long year, a long war, but this was unlike any battle they had fought before. The government forces had begun retreating, abandoning posts one by one as the Taliban, seemingly unstoppable, drew closer. This was not a traditional battlefield. It was a city, filled with civilians, with children, with families, and yet the fire of war burned just as brightly here. Among them was Lieutenant Asif, a young officer who had served in the Afghan National Army for over 5 years. He had never imagined he would witness this, his country's capital collapsing so quickly without a fight. Just a few weeks ago he had been stationed in the northern provinces, watching Taliban advances with caution. But now he was standing in Kabul, torn between his duty to his comrades and the knowledge that the government was losing its grip on the country. His men were waiting for orders, but the air was heavy with uncertainty. The Taliban were advancing rapidly, and there was little hope of reinforcements. "We can't hold them," one of his soldiers, Tarek, muttered, his voice barely audible over the din of distant gunfire. Tarek was young, barely out of his teens, and the fear in his eyes was undeniable. He had seen too much already. The faces of the soldiers around Asif mirrored his fears. They were trained to fight in the mountains, to fight the Taliban in the countryside. But this was different. This was Kabul.
"Behold and felt,"
Asif said firmly, his voice steady, but inside a sense of dread gnawed at him. Holding meant nothing in the face of overwhelming numbers. The government's promise of security had collapsed, and the soldiers were left with a question that burned in their minds. What was the point of fighting anymore? Across the city, civilians were experiencing their own horror. At the gates of Kabul airport, a surge of people gathered, desperate to escape the advancing Taliban. Women, children, and men crowded together, their faces drawn with fear, their eyes wild with the knowledge that their lives were now at the mercy of a regime they had hoped would never return. Among the masses was Farida, a 32-year-old mother of 2, clutching her children to her chest as she pushed through the crowd toward the entrance of the airport. "I can't stay here," Farida thought, her heart pounding in her chest. The Taliban had taken control of the northern regions, and it was only a matter of time before they arrived in Kabul. She had heard the stories of women beaten, men dragged from their homes, their lives ending with a bullet to the back of the head. Her husband, a teacher, had already left for hiding in the mountains. She was alone now, with only her children to protect. Her eyes met the gaze of a soldier standing at the gate of the airport, but she saw nothing in his eyes. No compassion, no humanity, just the cold, detached look of someone who had already given up hope. Farida didn't care. She shoved her way forward, ignoring the cries of those behind her, willing herself to make it through. She had no choice but to escape. She had to get her children out. A burst of gunfire echoed nearby. The crowd scattered, panic setting in like wildfire. Farida stumbled, her grip on her children tightening as she moved forward, the noise of the world around her fading into a distant blur. The fear was consuming, but there was no turning back now. She didn't know if she would make it, but she had to try. As Kabul's streets filled with smoke and panic, Asif stood with his remaining soldiers, watching the advancing Taliban forces. They were approaching from the west, and the soldiers had no choice but to prepare for what seemed like an inevitable outcome. Asif's unit had been deployed to one of Kabul's outer districts, far from the fortified core of the city, and they had been tasked with holding the line at all costs. "Hold!" Asif shouted, his voice echoing against the stone walls of the alleyway they were occupying. His men lined up behind sandbags, their rifles aimed at the approaching enemy. There was a brief moment of clarity as the silence stretched between them, the quiet before the storm. But that moment was short-lived. The first wave of Taliban fighters appeared over the horizon, their black and white flag waving ominously. The sight of it struck fear in Asif's heart. He had fought against them for years, but this felt different. This wasn't just another skirmish. This was the end. A volley of bullets rang out from the Taliban's position, and the battle for Kabul began in earnest. Asif ducked behind cover, the sound of gunfire deafening. His heart raced, and his mind went into overdrive. Strategies, contingencies, escape routes, all raced through his mind. His soldiers were returning fire, but it felt like they were fighting a ghost, an enemy that would never be defeated. The Taliban fighters were relentless, advancing with a calculated precision that spoke of years of preparation. Asif's unit was outgunned, outnumbered, and exhausted. Despite their training, despite their loyalty to the Afghan government, there was little hope they could hold the line. At that moment, Asif's mind flashed back to the years he had spent as a young officer, the dreams he had harbored for a better Afghanistan. But now, all of that seemed futile. The country was crumbling, and with it, the ideals that had once driven him. Across the city, the scene was unfolding in similar fashion. The Afghan National Army, once a formidable force, was collapsing under the weight of the Taliban's surge. The soldiers, many of them poorly trained and under-equipped, found themselves caught between the Taliban and a corrupt government that had abandoned them. The fighting was intense, but it was clear that the Afghan military could not withstand the tide. The Taliban, once fragmented and weakened by years of U.S. intervention, had grown stronger. Their forces were well coordinated and highly motivated, and they knew they had the city within their grasp. By midday, Kabul's fate seemed sealed. The streets were emptying out, but not fast enough. The city was falling. Meanwhile, in a makeshift field hospital just outside the city center, Dr. Khalid, a 40-year-old Afghan medic, struggled to keep up with the influx of casualties. The clinic, a small building hastily repurposed to treat the wounded, was overcrowded. The air inside was stifling, thick with the smell of antiseptic and blood. Khalid had been a doctor for more than 15 years, and yet nothing had prepared him for the horrors he was witnessing. Patients came in with wounds that he couldn't have imagined, gunshots, shrapnel, burn wounds, and many of them were civilians. The Taliban's offensive had targeted not only government soldiers, but also anyone they deemed a threat to their regime. Khaled worked tirelessly, trying to save as many lives as he could. His hands were shaky, but his resolve was firm. He couldn't afford to falter now. But even he knew that this wasn't just a battle against physical wounds. It was a battle against despair. "I've seen enough blood for a lifetime," Khalid muttered to himself, as he worked on a young boy who had been caught in a firefight while trying to flee the city. The boy's eyes were wide, filled with terror, but he was still conscious, still alive. Khalid applied a tourniquet to the boy's leg, trying to stem the bleeding. As he worked, his thoughts wandered. How much longer could he continue? How many more lives would he have to save before the city fell? And would there even be a future for Afghanistan? A country where the cycle of violence seemed never ending. But there was no time for doubts. With every breath, with every heartbeat, his duty was clear. He was a healer, and in the midst of war, that was all that mattered. The Kabul airport was a place of desperation, a final refuge for those who had nowhere else to go. Families, civilians, soldiers, and foreigners alike pushed through the crowd, all drawn to the same place, all driven by the same fear. The Taliban were advancing, and there was no time to waste. Amidst the chaos, the sound of gunfire echoed, and the distant rumble of military vehicles could be heard approaching. The pressure was mounting with every passing minute. Fardia had managed to squeeze through the gates, clutching her 2 children tightly to her chest. She had no idea how she had made it through the throng of people, her heart pounding, her mind clouded with fear. But she had done it. She had made it to the airport. Now, all she could do was hope that a flight would take her out of Kabul, away from the nightmare that had engulfed her home. But even at the gates of the airport, safety was not guaranteed. Soldiers stood at attention, their faces hard, their eyes filled with a mixture of exhaustion and determination. Some civilians had made it through, but there were still many left outside, families, children, elderly people, all pleading for help. As Farida made her way toward a waiting transport plane, she felt a hand grab her arm. Turning, she saw a soldier, a young man, no older than her own eldest child. His face was streaked with dirt, his uniform torn. He looked at her with a quiet intensity. "Are you leaving?" he asked. Farida nodded, her throat tight with emotion. She had to leave. It wasn't just about her anymore, it was about her children, her family. She couldn't risk them staying in Kabul. "Where's your husband?" the soldier asked, his voice soft. Farida's heart sank. She had left her husband behind, knowing he was in hiding, but she couldn't bring herself to tell the soldier that. He is in the mountains," she said quickly, trying to hide the truth. "He is waiting for us." The soldier nodded, but his eyes darkened with concern. "You must be careful. There are many who won't make it out. The Taliban." Farida didn't have time to respond. The soldier was already moving, ushering more civilians toward the planes. She took her children's hands and walked toward the aircraft, her heart heavy with the knowledge that the Kabul she had known was slipping away, perhaps forever. As Kabul fell, the fighting did not cease. In the northern provinces of Afghanistan, the resistance forces of the Northern Alliance continued to hold out. General Ahmad Massoud, a seasoned military leader and the son of a legendary resistance fighter, had managed to maintain control over large swaths of the country. While the Taliban marched south, Massoud's forces gathered strength, hoping for a rallying point that would prevent the complete takeover of Afghanistan. Among his fighters was Sami Ullah, a 27-year-old former school teacher who had joined the resistance when the Taliban first started their insurgency in the mid-1990s. Sami Ullah had watched as the Taliban had come to power, crushing opposition with brutal force. His decision to take up arms was not one he made lightly, but in the face of tyranny, it had become inevitable. The landscape of the northern mountains was rugged and unforgiving, but it had served the resistance well. Sami Ullah's unit had fought off countless Taliban incursions, using guerrilla tactics to wear down the enemy. But with Kabul now lost and the U.S. withdrawal imminent, the future of the resistance was uncertain. Massoud, who had long been a beacon of hope for many Afghans, was losing ground. Despite his commitment to the cause, the resistance was fractured, its resources dwindling. Sami Ullah sat in a small cave overlooking a Taliban stronghold, his rifle resting in his hands. His comrades sat silently around him, all eyes fixed on the enemy position below. It had been weeks since they had received any significant aid. Ammunition was running low, and morale was dwindling. Despite this, Sami Ullah remained hopeful, clinging to the belief that the fight was not over. "Massoud will not let Kabul fall in vain," Sami Ullah whispered to himself. He had heard rumors of a possible international coalition, a last-ditch effort to support the resistance, but those rumors were fading with time. It seemed more likely that the Taliban would soon control the country once again. Suddenly a runner arrived with a message from Massoud's command center. The news was grim. Masood's forces were under heavy attack in the Panjshir Valley. It was only a matter of time before they, too, would fall. Samiullah's heart sank, but he knew that retreat was not an option. They had to keep fighting, even if they couldn't win. They had to resist for the people, for Afghanistan's future. Meanwhile, the U.S. military presence in Afghanistan was rapidly winding down. The decision to withdraw had been made, and now soldiers who had once been stationed in remote outposts found themselves in the heart of Kabul, preparing for an evacuation that felt like an impossible task. Sergeant Jack Donovan, a 34-year-old combat veteran with multiple tours in Afghanistan, was among those tasked with securing the Kabul airport. His unit had been stationed in a small outpost in Kandahar for months, but now, as the situation grew more desperate, they had been sent to Kabul to assist in the evacuation of American citizens, foreign nationals, and Afghan allies who had helped U.S. forces during the war. The scene at the airport was chaos. Thousands of people crowded the gates, clamoring for a chance to board one of the departing flights. Donovan could see the fear in their eyes, the fear of being left behind, the fear of the Taliban's retribution. Yet, as the hours passed, it became clear that not everyone would make it out. "We're running out of time," Donovan said, his voice tight as he surveyed the scene. "We have to get our people on the planes. The Taliban's closing in." His superior, Lieutenant Colonel Mike Harris, stood beside him, his face grim. "We've been given orders to evacuate, but I don't think anyone up top understands just how bad it's gotten." Donovan's eyes flicked to the perimeter of the airport, where Taliban forces were gathering. They had been approaching the city for days, and now they were nearly at the gates. The last-minute evacuation plan was a nightmare. Every day the soldiers were asked to do the impossible, keep the gates open, ensure the planes could take off, and protect those who had helped them during the war. As the hours dragged on, Donovan found himself faced with difficult choices. He was asked to prioritize who could board the flights, but the reality was that there was no way to take everyone. He had seen Afghans who had worked as translators, engineers, and security personnel for the U.S. military, people who had risked their lives for years, helping foreign forces and allies. They were now being left behind, their fate uncertain. "But it's not right," Donovan muttered to himself. "They fought for us. They deserve a chance to escape." But the grim reality was that time was running out. The planes were leaving, and the gates were closing. The men and women who had helped the U.S. forces were being abandoned, and Donovan's heart ached with the knowledge that there was nothing he could do to change that. The final hours at Kabul airport were a blur of noise, confusion, and fear. The roar of aircraft engines filled the air, and the sounds of gunfire from the approaching Taliban forces could be heard in the distance. Farida, with her children by her side, had made it onto a transport plane. The relief of boarding was fleeting, for she knew that her escape was just the beginning of a new chapter, a new life in an uncertain future. As the plane ascended into the sky, she looked out the small window at the city below. Kabul, her city, was now under Taliban control. The skyline she had known, the streets she had walked, the shops and schools, it was all slipping away. Her heart ached for the friends and family she had left behind, for the life she had lost. Beside her, an Afghan woman whispered prayers, her hands folded in her lap. She, too, had left behind everything for the chance to survive. Farida took a deep breath, trying to steady her emotions. She had no idea what the future held, but for the first time in a long while, she allowed herself to hope. Her thoughts drifted back to the soldier she had met at the gates, his words echoing in her mind. "There are many who won't make it out," he had said. Farida didn't know if they would ever see Afghanistan again, but at least for now, she had her children. They were alive, and that was something to hold on to. The plane soared higher, leaving behind the burning city. As it disappeared into the clouds, the fate of Kabul remained uncertain. But for Farida, the journey had just begun. In the northern reaches of Afghanistan, the mountains surrounding Panjshir Valley were a symbol of defiance. A natural fortress, its winding paths and jagged peaks had been the site of countless battles throughout Afghan history. Even during the Soviet occupation, the valley had served as a stronghold for resistance fighters. Now, as the Taliban advanced toward Kabul, the Northern Alliance, led by the legendary Ahmad Shah Massoud, continued to hold firm against the overwhelming odds. Sami Allah's small group of resistance fighters, hiding in the caves that dotted the valley, had received word from Massoud's command center. The Taliban were closing in, but the general was rallying every available force for one final stand. It would be a desperate fight, but Massoud was a symbol of hope for those who still believed in a free Afghanistan. "We will not surrender," Samiullah muttered to himself as he read the message. His hand trembled slightly as he rolled up the letter, his thoughts consumed by the risks ahead. The situation had grown direr with each passing day, but the resistance could not give up now. If they did, Kabul and all of Afghanistan would fall into the hands of the Taliban once again. The message instructed all units to converge on the strategic town of Bazarak, where Massoud had set up a fortified command post. It was one of the last remaining strongholds in the country, and it would take every fighter they could muster to defend it. Sami Allah shared the news with his comrades, who responded with quiet nods. They knew what was at stake. It wasn't just their lives they were fighting for, it was the future of Afghanistan. The Taliban were relentless in their pursuit of power, and if Massoud fell, there would be no one left to oppose them. The small unit of fighters gathered their weapons and supplies, preparing for the long trek to Bazarak. Samiullah glanced over his shoulder one last time at the caves where they had hidden, knowing that this might be the last time they would see them. The Taliban would come for the valley soon, and if they were to make a stand, it had to be now. The battle for Bazarak began at dawn. As the first light of day touched the rugged landscape, gunfire rang out, echoing off the mountains. Samiullah and his comrades crouched behind the rocks, their rifles trained on the approaching Taliban forces. Massoud's men were outnumbered, but their resolve was unwavering. "This is it," Samiullah whispered, his voice tight. "Hold the line. We cannot let them take this valley." The Taliban forces advanced in waves, using heavy artillery and assault rifles to blast through the defenses. But Massoud's men had the advantage of the terrain. They knew the valley like the backs of their hands and used its natural features to their advantage. The Taliban's tanks were slowed by the narrow passes, and their soldiers were forced to fight in the open, exposed to the deadly fire of the resistance fighters. For hours the battle raged. Samiullah's unit fired with precision, picking off Taliban soldiers from their hidden positions in the rocks, but the Taliban's sheer numbers were overwhelming. For every fighter they took down, 2 more seemed to take their place. As the day wore on, Samiullah began to feel the weight of the battle. The air was thick with smoke, the scent of burning vegetation, and the acrid tang of gunpowder. He had seen men fall beside him, but there was no time to mourn. Every shot counted. Every moment was precious. "We cannot let them breach the defenses," Samiullah thought, his breath ragged. His fingers were slicked with sweat as he reloaded his rifle. "If we lose Bazarak, we lose everything." Just as it seemed that the Taliban would overrun their position, the ground shook beneath them. The distant roar of aircraft engines could be heard, and for a brief moment it felt as though the skies themselves were coming to their aid. A coalition airstrike, a last-minute intervention from international allies, tore into the Taliban lines, forcing them to retreat temporarily. The brief respite gave the Northern Alliance fighters a chance to regroup, but Samiullah knew it was only a matter of time before the Taliban regrouped and came back with even more force. Back in Kabul, the situation had grown dire. Farida had been on the transport plane for hours, her mind clouded with fear and uncertainty. She had left behind her home, her life, and her loved ones, but she had done what she had to do to protect her children. Now, as the plane flew farther from the city, she could see the smoke rising from the ground below. Kabul was burning. The sound of the engines drowned out the cries and whispers of the other passengers, but Farida couldn't shake the image of her city in flames. She had heard stories of the brutality of the Taliban, of how they had swept through villages, leaving destruction in their wake. It was no different in Kabul. As the plane descended toward a nearby refugee camp in Pakistan, Farida's heart heavy with grief. The world she had known was gone. There was no going back. Once they landed, Farida was ushered into a temporary shelter, a small tent surrounded by rows of other displaced families. The camp was overcrowded with food and supplies in short supply. The once vibrant life of Kabul seemed like a distant memory, replaced by the harsh reality of living as a refugee in a foreign land. Farida tried to stay strong for her children, but the uncertainty of their future gnawed at her. Where would they go next? What would happen to the country she had loved so much? As she looked out over the camp, she saw families in the same state of shock, lost, displaced, and without hope. In the midst of it all, Farida found herself drawn to a woman sitting alone by a fire, her face obscured by a headscarf. The woman looked older than Farida, but held herself with quiet strength. Farida walked over to her and sat down. "How did you get here?" Farida asked softly, her voice cracking. The woman looked up, her eyes tired but kind. "We all have our stories," she said. "Some of us are lucky enough to escape. Some of us are not." For a long moment, they sat in silence, both of them trying to process the loss, the uncertainty, and the pain that had brought them to this place. As the situation in Kabul continued to deteriorate, the rest of the world watched with bated breath. News reports flooded in, showing images of the Taliban taking control of more territory, of the chaos at the airport, and of the desperate efforts to evacuate as many people as possible. But for the people still inside Afghanistan, the fight was far from over. Samiola and his comrades continued their struggle in the mountains, refusing to surrender to the Taliban. The Northern Alliance's forces were still fighting, even if it seemed like the rest of the world had turned its back on them. General Massoud's leadership had become a beacon of resistance, and as long as he fought, there was still hope. But the question on everyone's mind was how long they could hold out. The Taliban had proven to be resilient and ruthless, and as more fighters joined their ranks, the tide of war seemed to be turning in their favor. Back in the refugee camp, Farida was slowly starting to rebuild her life, but the scars of what she had lost would never heal. The future seemed uncertain, but she knew that somehow she had to carry on, for her children, for her people, and for the Afghanistan she had once known. The Northern Alliance fighters gathered in the shadow of Panjshir's cliffs as Ahmad Shah Massoud addressed them. Known as the Lion of Panjshir, Massoud's calm but commanding presence inspired confidence even in the most hopeless moments. He spoke of resistance, of fighting not just for survival, but for Afghanistan's freedom. His words carried the weight of decades spent resisting invaders, first the Soviets, now the Taliban. Samiola stood among the fighters, listening intently. Despite his exhaustion and the losses his group had suffered, Massoud's resolve reignited his determination. Every man and woman present knew the stakes. If Panjshir fell, there would be no safe haven left. The meeting ended with plans for coordinated defensive maneuvers. Samiullah returned to his position near the front lines, where his unit prepared traps and improvised explosive devices to slow the Taliban advance. The resistance had limited resources, but their ingenuity and knowledge of the terrain gave them an edge. As darkness fell over the valley, the fighters braced themselves. The Taliban would come, as they always did. For Samiullah, the fight was not just about territory, but about proving that hope could still exist amid chaos. In Kabul, chaos reigned. Those who could flee had already done so, but many had no means of escape. The streets were filled with confusion, fear, and desperation. The Taliban's approach had turned the city into a shadow of its former self. Zahra, a young university student, had stayed behind, unwilling to abandon her aging parents. She watched from the window of their small apartment as families loaded whatever belongings they could onto carts and vehicles, heading toward the airport or the highways leading out of the city. Her father, once a respected professor, now sat silently in the corner, staring at his hands. "We can't leave," he said when Zahra pleaded with him again. "This is our home. If we go, where will we end up? Begging in another country?" Zahra's heart ached at his words. She knew he was right, but staying in Kabul felt like a death sentence. The Taliban's reputation for brutality, especially against women, loomed over her like a storm cloud. The night was restless. The sound of gunfire echoed in the distance, growing louder as the hours passed. Zahra clung to her mother as the apartment trembled from nearby explosions. Her father muttered prayers under his breath, his voice a fragile thread in the cacophony. By dawn, the city had grown eerily quiet. Zahra peered out the window and saw the unmistakable sight of Taliban fighters patrolling the streets. Kabul had fallen. Farida's days in the refugee camp blurred together. Life was a monotonous cycle of waiting, for food, for news, for a glimmer of hope. Her children clung to her, their young faces showing a mix of confusion and fear. They didn't fully understand what had happened, but they felt the weight of their mother's sorrow. In the evenings, Farida joined other women around a fire. They shared stories of their journeys, their losses, and their hopes for the future. One woman, Nasreen, spoke of her husband, a teacher who had been executed by the Taliban for refusing to teach their ideology. Another, Mariam, had lost her entire family in an airstrike. Despite their tragedies, the women found solace in each other's company. Farida began to see the strength that emerged in shared suffering. These women, broken by war, were also pillars of resilience. They found ways to laugh, to comfort one another, and to dream of a day when they might return home. Frida's own dreams were simpler. She wanted her children to grow up safe, and have the chance to go to school and build a life without fear. But in the camp, surrounded by thousands of displaced people, those dreams seemed impossibly far away. Samiullah's unit worked through the night, preparing the valley for the Taliban's inevitable assault. The traps they laid were crude but effective: hidden explosives, rock slides triggered by tripwires, and narrow choke points designed to funnel the enemy into kill zones. By morning, the first signs of the Taliban's approach appeared. Scouts reported seeing convoys of fighters and vehicles making their way toward Panjshir. The resistance fighters took their positions, weapons at the ready. Samiullah adjusted his rifle and peered through the scope, his heartbeat steady despite the tension in the air. The first explosion shattered the silence, followed by a series of cascading detonations. As the Taliban convoy hit the traps, chaos erupted as fighters scrambled to regroup, but the resistance pressed their advantage. From their hidden positions, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire, picking off Taliban soldiers with precision. Samiullah felt a grim satisfaction with every shot that found its mark. These were the men who had terrorized his country, who had driven families like Farida's from their homes. But as the hours dragged on, and the Taliban forces kept coming. Exhaustion began to creep in. "We can't hold them forever," one of his comrades muttered. "No," Samiullah replied, his voice resolute. "But we can make them pay for every inch." The battle raged for days, with neither side willing to back down. The Taliban poured more men and resources into the fight, determined to break through the valley's defenses. For the resistance, every casualty was a heavy blow. They had no reinforcements, no endless supply of ammunition. Every life lost was irreplaceable. Samiullah found himself in the thick of the fighting, his body pushed to its limits. He had lost friends before, but the constant stream of death around him was overwhelming. Each fallen comrade was another reminder of the cost of their struggle. One evening, after a particularly brutal skirmish, Samiullah sat alone, staring at the blood-stained ground. The faces of those he had lost haunted him. He thought of Farida and her children, of Zahra trapped in Kabul, and of the countless others who relied on their fight. "We can't stop," he whispered to himself. "If we stop, we lose everything." The sound of footsteps broke his reverie. It was one of his commanders, a grizzled veteran who had fought alongside Masad for years. "Rest while you can," the man said. "Tomorrow we'll need every ounce of strength we have." Samiullah nodded, knowing that the fight was far from over. For now, he allowed himself a moment of quiet, drawing strength from the knowledge that their resistance, however small, still mattered. The fall of Kabul had sent shockwaves throughout the international community, and whispers of aid trickled into the resistant stronghold in Panjshir Valley. But promises of support had become a bitter refrain for Samiullah and his comrades. They had heard it all before. Words without action, pledges without substance. As the resistance fighters regrouped, Ahmad Shah Massoud made a decision that would change the course of their struggle. He called upon the global community with a heartfelt plea, recorded in the dimly lit command post where his advisors worked tirelessly. The Lion of Panjshir spoke directly to the camera, his voice steady despite the storm around him. "We fight not only for Panjshir," he began, his eyes burning with conviction, "but for the future of Afghanistan, for freedom, for justice, for peace. The Taliban's oppression will not stop with us. It will spread beyond our borders, threatening the world if left unchecked. To those watching, do not abandon us. Do not let our sacrifices be in vain." The message was smuggled out of the valley, carried by trusted couriers, who risked everything to ensure it reached international news outlets. For Samiullah, the plea was a beacon of hope, a reminder that their fight was not isolated. But he couldn't shake the fear that it might also be a final goodbye. Farida, now settled in the refugee camp, spent her days queuing for food rations and helping care for the children of newly arrived families. She had become a source of quiet strength among the women in the camp, though her own heart ached for news from home. One evening she overheard a group of men huddled by a small radio, their faces etched with worry. The broadcast crackled, but the urgency of the message was clear. Reports of Massoud's plea for international aid had reached the airwaves, but so too had news of growing Taliban atrocities. The militants were targeting anyone suspected of aiding the resistance, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Farida felt a cold chill as she thought of her husband, who had stayed behind to protect their home. She had received no word from him since she fled Kabul, and the uncertainty gnawed at her. She approached the men cautiously, hoping to glean some information. "Do they mention Panjshir?" she asked, her voice trembling. One of the men nodded grimly. "They say the valley still holds, but the Taliban are throwing everything they have at it. It's only a matter of time." Farida's heart sank. She knew the resilience of Panjshir's fighters, but the odds seemed insurmountable. As she returned to her tent that night, she whispered a silent prayer for Samiola, for Masood, and for all those who refused to give up. As the resistance fighters fortified their positions, rumors of a spy within their ranks began to circulate. Supplies had gone missing, and the Taliban seemed to anticipate their movements with alarming accuracy. Samiola's unit, already stretched thin, grew increasingly paranoid. "It has to be some clothes," his comrade Javed said one night as they sat around a small fire. "No one else could know about the supply routes." Samiullah frowned, scanning the faces of his comrades. They had fought side by side for months, risking their lives for each other. The thought of betrayal was almost unthinkable, but the signs were undeniable. The next morning, Masood himself addressed the gathered fighters. "If there is a traitor among us," he said, his voice cold and firm, "know this. You will not break us. The truth will come to light, and when it does, justice will be swift." The words hung heavy in the air. Samiola felt a pang of guilt as he caught himself scrutinizing his comrades, searching for any hint of deception. The tension threatened to unravel the fragile bonds holding the resistance together, but they had no choice but to press on. The Taliban assault on Panjshir resumed with renewed ferocity. Mortar shells rained down on the valley, shaking the earth and filling the air with choking dust. Samiullah's unit had taken up a defensive position along a narrow pass, where the jagged cliffs offered some protection from the relentless bombardment. "We can't stay here," Jabid shouted over the roar of explosions. "They'll bury us alive." "We hold," Samiullah replied, his voice steel. "If we retreat, they'll break through to Bazarak." The fighters braced themselves as the first wave of Taliban soldiers advanced. Samuel's rifle bucked against his shoulder as he fired, each shot a desperate attempt to hold the line. Around him, the resistance fighters fought with everything they had, their shouts drowned out by the cacophony of war. As the battle raged, a landslide triggered by the shelling swept down the mountainside, cutting off the Taliban advance and giving the resistance a brief reprieve. Samiullah's chest heaved as he surveyed the scene, his hands trembling from the adrenaline. For a moment the valley was silent, save for the cries of the wounded and the distant rumble of falling rocks. Samiullah knew the fight was far from over, but the mountain itself seemed to have taken their side, if only for a moment. In the aftermath of the battle, Samiullah's unit gathered what little supplies they could salvage. Their numbers had dwindled, and every loss felt like a wound that would never heal. Yet they pressed on, driven by the knowledge that surrender was not an option. That night, Samiullah sat alone, staring at the stars. The mountain air was cold, but the silence was a welcome respite from the chaos of the day. He thought of Farida and her children, of Zahra, trapped in Kabul, and of the countless others whose lives hung in the balance. "This war is breaking us," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "But we have to keep going." The sound of footsteps behind him broke his reverie. It was Javed, his face drawn and weary. "They found the traitor," Javed said quietly. "He's confessed." Samiullah felt a surge of anger and relief. "Who was it?" "A supply runner," Javed replied. "He gave up our routes for money." The news was a bitter pill to swallow. Even in the heart of their resistance, greed and desperation had sown betrayal. But Samiullah pushed the thought aside. There was no time for anger. Only the fight mattered now. As the night wore on, Samiullah closed his eyes and allowed himself a brief moment of rest. Tomorrow the war would resume, and he would need every ounce of strength to face it. Ahmad Shah Massoud stood before a map spread across a makeshift table in the command post. His senior commanders crowded around him, their faces drawn with exhaustion, but still resolute. Massoud's voice was calm, his sharp mind piecing together a strategy that could turn the tide in their favor. "They think they can overwhelm us with numbers," he said, gesturing at the map. "But they underestimate our knowledge of this terrain. Every ridge, every pass, every hidden path, they are ours. We will use the mountains against them." The commanders nodded, their confidence bolstered by Masood's clarity. He detailed a plan that involved splitting their forces into smaller units, each assigned to disrupt Taliban supply lines and ambush convoys. The resistance fighters would never engage the enemy directly unless the odds were decisively in their favor. Samiolo listened intently, his respect for Masood growing with every word. It wasn't just the strategy that inspired him, it was the leader's unwavering belief in their cause. As the meeting ended, Samiola felt a renewed sense of purpose. The fight was far from over, but they had a plan. And they had Masood. In Kabul, Zaha's life had become a carefully calculated act of defiance. The Taliban's control over the city was absolute, but Zaha refused to let their oppression extinguish her spirit. She continued teaching a small group of children in secret, hiding textbooks and supplies in her family's basement. Each lesson was a risk. The children's parents were sworn to secrecy, knowing the grave consequences if they were discovered. Zahar spoke softly, her voice steady despite the fear that gnawed at her. She taught them history, literature, and math. But more than that, she taught them hope. "You are the future of Afghanistan," she told them one day. "No matter what happens, you must hold on to that." One evening, as Jara prepared for the next day's lesson, her father entered the room. His face was lined with worry. "Zaha, this is dangerous," he said. "You know what they would do if they found out?" "I know, Baba," she replied, her voice firm. "But if we don't fight back, even in small ways, then they win. I can't let that happen." Her father said nothing more, but Zara saw the pride in his eyes. In a city suffocated by fear, her quiet rebellion was a beacon of resistance. The captured supply runner, now in custody, had revealed critical information about Taliban operations before his fate was sealed. The betrayal had shaken the resistance, but Masood wasted no time in using the intelligence to their advantage. Samullah was part of a unit tasked with ambushing a Taliban convoy, transporting weapons and reinforcements to the front lines. The plan was risky, relying on precise timing and the element of surprise. As the fighters took their positions along a narrow mountain road, the tension was palpable. "Stay sharp," Samiola whispered to Javid, who crouched beside him. "This has to be quick." The convoy appeared on the horizon, a line of vehicles winding its way through the pass. The resistance fighters waited, their breaths held, until the first vehicle reached the kill zone. Then, with a deafening roar, the ambush began. Explosives ripped through the lead vehicle, blocking the road and throwing the convoy into chaos. Resistance fighters opened fire from their concealed positions, their bullets finding targets with deadly precision. The Taliban soldiers scrambled to respond, but the narrow road left them vulnerable. Within minutes, the convoy was in ruins. Samiela's heart pounded as he surveyed the aftermath. It was a small victory, but every blow they struck against the Taliban felt like a step toward freedom. Frida's days in the refugee camp were marked by an unrelenting routine, but her nights were filled with worry. News from Afghanistan came sporadically, carried by new arrivals or crackling radio broadcasts. Each story of resistance gave her hope, but the accounts of Taliban brutality made her stomach churn. One evening, as she tucked her children into bed, her youngest, Layla, asked a question that caught her off guard. "Mama, will we ever go home?" Farida hesitated, her heart breaking at the innocence in her daughter's voice. "One day, inshallah." she said, forcing a smile. When it's safe. Layla nodded, her small hand clutching Farida's. As the children drifted off to sleep, Farida sat by the fire outside their tent, her mind racing. She thought of Samiola, wondering if he was still alive. She thought of Zara, whose courage had inspired her during their brief time in Kabul. I can't wait forever, she whispered to herself. The camp was safe for now, but it was no place to build a life. Farida resolved to find a way out, not just for her children's sake, but for her own. She would not let the war define the rest of their lives. In Panjshir, the resistance prepared for another Taliban assault. The ambushes had slowed the enemy's advance, but the fighters knew it was only a matter of time before the full force of the Taliban's army descended upon them. Masood called his commanders together once more. This valley has held against every invader, he said, his voice resolute. It will hold again, but only if we stand united. The fighters fortified their positions, turning the valley into a fortress. Samiola worked tirelessly alongside his comrades, digging trenches and reinforcing barricades. The knowledge that they were the last line of defense for their homeland drove them forward, despite their exhaustion. As the sun set, Samiola stood on a ridge overlooking the valley. The air was heavy with anticipation, the calm before the storm. He thought of his family, of the life he had left behind, and of the future he was fighting to protect. We're ready, Javed said, joining him on the ridge. Samiola nodded. Let them come. The morning began with an unnatural stillness. Panjshir Valley, usually alive with the sounds of wind and birdsong, was eerily quiet. Samiola crouched behind a rocky outcrop, his rifle resting across his knees. Every nerve in his body was on edge as he scanned the horizon for signs of movement. Then the first mortar shell screamed through the air, its explosion shaking the ground and sending a plume of dust and debris skyward. The Taliban had begun their assault, and it was unlike anything the resistance had faced before. Wave after wave of artillery fire rained down on their positions, followed by the thunder of approaching trucks and the shouts of advancing soldiers. The resistance fighters held their ground, returning fire with grim determination. Samiola's unit, stationed at a choke point along the valley's main pass, engaged the enemy with precision. Each shot was measured, each grenade thrown with purpose. But the sheer volume of the Taliban's assault was overwhelming. Hold the line, Javed shouted over the chaos, his voice raw with strain. Beside him, Samiola fired until his rifle barrel was too hot to touch. They had trained for this moment, prepared for it in every way they could, but the reality was brutal. As night fell, the resistance fighters managed to push the Taliban back, at least temporarily. The valley was theirs for another day, but the cost was high. Samiola sat in the dirt, his hands shaking as he reloaded his weapon. Around him, the wounded groaned, and the dead lay in silent testament to the battle's ferocity. Back in Kabul, Zara's underground school was discovered. A neighbor, desperate for favor with the Taliban, had reported her activities. The militants stormed her home in the middle of the night, dragging her from her bed as her father shouted in protest. "Leave her alone," he cried, his voice breaking. But the soldiers ignored him, shoving Zara into the back of a truck. The next days blurred into a nightmare of interrogations and threats. Zara was accused of spreading anti-Taliban propaganda, of corrupting the minds of children. Each accusation was met with her silence. She refused to give them the satisfaction of her fear. In the dark, crowded cell where she was held, Zara met other women who had been arrested for similar acts of defiance. They shared stories of loss and hope, drawing strength from one another. Zara's resolve hardened. Even in chains, She would not give up. One night she whispered to the woman beside her, "They can imprison our bodies, but not our spirit. We will endure." As the Taliban siege intensified, Ahmad Shah Massoud unveiled a strategy that had been months in the making. Hidden deep within the mountains were stockpiles of weapons and supplies, carefully concealed to outlast any prolonged assault. These caches were part of a network that allowed the resistance to remain operational even under the harshest conditions. Massoud's plan relied on the fighters' ability to adapt and strike where the enemy least expected. Samiullah's unit was tasked with a high-risk mission to sabotage a Taliban communications outpost. If successful, it would disrupt the enemy's coordination and buy the resistance valuable time. Under the cover of darkness, Samiullah and his comrades navigated the treacherous mountain terrain. The path was narrow, the drops steep, but they moved with the quiet confidence of men who knew the land like the back of their hands. When they reached the outpost, the attack was swift and decisive. Explosives planted on key structures detonated in a cascade of fire and smoke, sending the Taliban forces into disarray. Samiullah's heart raced as they made their escape, the sounds of pursuit fading into the distance. The mission was a success, and the resistance fighters returned to their base with a rare sense of triumph. For the first time in weeks, Samiullah allowed himself a moment of hope. In the refugee camp, Farida had reached her breaking point. The constant uncertainty, the stories of atrocities, and the gnawing fear for her family weighed heavily on her. One evening, as the children played outside their tent, she made a decision. She sought out an elder in the camp, a man known for his connections to networks aiding families trying to reunite. "I need to get back to Afghanistan," she said, her voice firm. The elder regarded her with a mix of sympathy and caution. "It's dangerous. The Taliban control the borders, and the roads are treacherous." "I don't care," Frida replied. "I can't sit here and do nothing while my husband and my country are in danger." The elder nodded slowly. "There's a route, but it's not safe. You'll need to travel with a group." Frida agreed without hesitation. That night she began preparing for the journey, her resolve unshaken. She didn't know what awaited her in Afghanistan, but she knew she had to try. For Samiullah, for Zaha, and for all the others who refused to give up. As the resistance fought to hold Panjshir, Massoud reached out to former rivals and factions across Afghanistan. He knew that defeating the Taliban would require unity, a coalition of forces that could challenge their dominance. Envoys were sent to neighboring provinces, bearing messages of solidarity and pleas for cooperation. Some responded with enthusiasm, others with skepticism. Decades of conflict had sown deep mistrust, and not everyone was willing to join the fight. Samiullah was tasked with escorting one such envoy, a tribal leader wary of committing his forces. The journey was tense, the conversations guarded, but Samiullah spoke from the heart. "This is not just about Panjshir," he said. "It's about the future of Afghanistan. We can't win alone." The tribal leader nodded, his expression thoughtful. "I will consider your words, but know this: trust is earned, not given." As they parted ways, Samiullah felt a flicker of hope. The resistance needed allies, and every step toward unity brought them closer to their goal. Farida's journey back to Afghanistan was fraught with peril. The group she traveled with consisted of refugees, smugglers, and a guide who knew the mountainous terrain well. The route was treacherous, with steep paths, freezing nights, and the constant threat of discovery by Taliban patrols. Farida Faraday's hands and feet were also covered, she pointed out. On the third night, as they rested in a hidden ravine, a young woman in the group whispered to Farida, "Why are you going back? Most of us are trying to escape." Farida glanced at her children, who slept curled together under a tattered blanket.
"My husband is still there,"
she replied,
"and my sister. I can't abandon them."
The young woman nodded, her expression one of quiet admiration. "You're brave." Frida shook her head. "I'm just a mother trying to keep her family together." Each day brought new challenges, swollen rivers to cross, barren landscapes with no cover, and the ever-present drone of Taliban vehicles patrolling the roads below. Despite the dangers, Farida pressed on, driven by a fierce determination. She wasn't sure what awaited her at the end of this journey, but she knew she couldn't live with herself if she didn't try. Zaha sat cross-legged in her dark cell, tracing invisible lines on the cold dirt floor. The hours dragged by in suffocating silence, broken only by the distant sounds of boots echoing down the corridor. She had lost track of how long she'd been imprisoned, but her resolve remained unbroken. One evening, a god tossed a piece of stale bread into her cell. "You think you're a hero," he sneered. "Teaching girls to read won't save them." Zaha looked up, her gaze steady. "Ignorance is what destroys nations, not knowledge." The guard's face twisted in anger, but he said nothing more. As his footsteps faded, Zahara clutched the bread in her hands, determined to survive. She thought of the children she had taught, their eager faces and curious minds. She thought of her father, who had always encouraged her to dream bigger than her circumstances allowed. In the quiet moments, she repeated a mantra to herself. "They can take my freedom, but not my purpose." The Taliban's relentless assault on Panjshir forced Ahmad Shah Massoud to take a bold gamble. The resistance leader knew they could not win a prolonged siege. Instead, he planned a daring counteroffensive to disrupt the enemy's command structure and buy his fighters much-needed time to regroup. The operation required precision and secrecy. Massoud selected his most trusted commanders, including Samiullah, for the mission. Their target was a heavily guarded Taliban command post nestled in a valley several kilometers from the front lines. "This is our chance to turn the tide," Massoud told his men. "If we succeed, we'll cripple their ability to coordinate their attacks." Under cover of darkness, the resistance fighters moved swiftly through the mountains. The approach was grueling, the path steep and fraught with hidden dangers. By the time they reached the outskirts of the Taliban encampment, dawn was beginning to break. Samiullah's heart pounded as he took his position, his rifle trained on the guards patrolling the perimeter. With a silent signal from their commander, the resistance fighters launched their attack. Explosions lit up the sky, and the chaos that followed was deafening. In the end, the mission was a success. The Taliban command post was destroyed, its officers either killed or forced to retreat. The resistance fighters withdrew before reinforcements could arrive, their spirits lifted by the rare victory. The aftermath of the counteroffensive brought a brief respite, but it also highlighted the immense cost of the ongoing conflict. Samiullah returned to Panjshir to find his unit mourning the loss of several comrades. The faces he had come to know so well were now absent, their presence reduced to memories and hastily dug graves. One of the fallen was Javid, his closest friend and confidant in the resistance. Samiullah stood before the simple grave, his throat tight with grief. He thought of the long nights they had spent talking about their dreams, their fears, and the future they hoped to see. "He fought bravely," one of the commanders said, placing a hand on Samiullah's shoulder. "He would be proud of what we accomplished." Samiullah nodded, but the words brought little comfort. Each loss felt like a wound that would never fully heal. Yet, amidst the sorrow, he found a renewed sense of purpose. He would fight not just for his family, but for Javid and all those who had sacrificed everything for their homeland. Farida's journey took an unexpected turn when her group encountered a resistance outpost hidden deep in the mountains. The fighters were wary at first, their weapons drawn as they assessed the newcomers. But when Farida explained her story, they softened. One of the resistance fighters, a grizzled man with a weathered face, stepped forward. "You said your husband is Samiullah?" he asked. Farida's heart leapt. "Yes. Do you know him?" Fighter nodded. "He's one of us. He's stationed in Panjshir." Relief washed over Farida like a tidal wave. After weeks of uncertainty, she finally had a glimmer of hope. The resistance fighters offered her and her children food and shelter for the night, promising to arrange safe passage to Panjshir. As she lay in the small tent provided to her, Farida whispered a prayer of gratitude. She was one step closer to reuniting with her family. While Zara languished in prison, a small but determined group of her former students and their families worked to secure her release. They operated in secret, pooling resources and contacting sympathetic figures within Kabul's fragile underground resistance network. One of Zara's students, a teenage boy named Khalid, took on the dangerous task of delivering messages to key contacts. Each trip was a calculated risk, but Khalid moved with the determination of someone who believed in a cause greater than himself. "We'll get her out," he told his mother one night. "She's the reason I believe in a better future." The network's efforts began to bear fruit as they located a guard willing to provide information about Zara's whereabouts for a price. Every step was perilous, but the group was undeterred. Zara's courage had inspired them, and they were willing to risk everything to see her free. Farida and her children were finally escorted toward Panjshir under the cover of darkness. Accompanying them were a handful of resistance fighters, tasked with ensuring their safety. The journey was still dangerous. The group avoided main roads, relying on mountain trails and hidden paths. The terrain was unforgiving, but Farida refused to let fatigue overcome her resolve. Her children, though weary, seemed to sense the importance of their mother's determination. "We're going to find Baba," she whispered to them each night before they slept. As they approached the outskirts of Panjshir, the group encountered a checkpoint manned by resistance fighters. After verifying their identities, the fighters welcomed them with relief. One of the men offered Farida water, noting the exhaustion etched on her face. "You've made it this far. That's no small feat," he said. Farida felt the beginnings of hope. She was close to her husband, closer than she had been in months. Yet the knowledge that Samiullah was engaged in active combat tempered her joy. She prayed silently for his safety as they continued their trek toward the valley. Zar's underground supporters pressed forward with their plan to secure her release. The bribe for the prison guard had been delivered, and in exchange they received critical information: Zar's exact location within the facility, and the timing of the guard's shifts. Khalid, now a vital part of the effort, volunteered to coordinate the next phase. "We'll need to create a distraction," he explained to the group. "Something to pull the guards away long enough for us to get her out." The plan was simple but risky. On the night of the operation, a small explosion would be set off near the prison's perimeter, drawing attention to that area. Meanwhile, Khalid and another operative would slip inside to reach Zahra's cell. The night of the rescue was tense. As the explosion shook the air, the prison guards rushed to investigate. Khalid and his partner moved swiftly, navigating the dim corridors with the guard's map as their guide. When they finally reached Zahra's cell, her expression shifted from shock to relief. "You shouldn't have come," she whispered, her voice heavy with emotion. "We couldn't leave you here," Khalid replied. "Come on." The escape was fraught with near misses, but the group managed to flee into the city's labyrinthine alleys. Zahra's freedom was a victory, though she knew it was only the beginning of her fight. When Samiullah was summoned to the resistance camp's main encampment, he assumed it was for a strategy briefing. Instead, he was met with the sight of Farida and their children stepping out of a transport vehicle. For a moment, he stood frozen, disbelief written across his face. "Farida?" he said, his voice cracking. She ran to him, tears streaming down her face as she embraced him. Their children clung to his legs, crying out, "Baba!" The reunion was bittersweet. Samiullah was overjoyed to see his family, but the sight of them in a war zone filled him with worry. "Why did you come back?" he asked Farida, holding her tightly. "I couldn't stay away," she replied. "We belong together, no matter where that is." Though the reunion brought a sense of solace, Samiullah couldn't ignore the dangers that still loomed. He resolved to do everything in his power to protect his family, even as the war raged on around them. For a brief moment, the Panjshir Valley seemed to exhale. The Taliban's offensive had been temporarily halted thanks to Masood's counterattacks. The resistance fighters took advantage of the lull to regroup and tend to their wounded. Samiullah used the time to introduce Farida to the other members of his unit. Many of the fighters had lost their families to the conflict, and seeing Samiullah reunited with his brought a bittersweet mixture of joy and longing. Farida, for her part, threw herself into aiding the camp. She helped prepare meals, tended to minor injuries, and listened to the fighters' stories. Her presence became a source of comfort, a reminder of what they were fighting for. One evening, as they sat by a small fire, Samiullah told Farida about Javed. "He was like a brother to me," he said, his voice heavy with grief. "I promised myself I'd keep fighting for him." Farida took his hand. "We'll keep fighting together." In Kabul, Zara found refuge with a small resistance cell operating out of an abandoned house. The group's leader, a former journalist named Parvez, explained their mission: to broadcast anti-Taliban messages and updates from the resistance via a hidden radio transmitter. "We've been silent for too long," Parvez said. "The people need to know they're not alone." Zahra quickly became an integral part of the team, using her knowledge of the city and her ability to inspire hope through her words. Each broadcast carried a message of defiance and unity, urging citizens to resist in whatever ways they could. The work was dangerous. Taliban patrols regularly swept the area, searching for signs of dissent. Zahra's voice became a beacon of hope for many, but it also made her a target. Despite the risks, she pressed on, knowing that her efforts were a small but vital part of the larger struggle. Masood's intelligence network reported troubling news. The Taliban were regrouping, preparing for another major assault on Panjshir. The resistance leaders gathered to discuss their options, knowing that their resources were stretched thin. "We can't hold them off indefinitely," one commander said. "We need more support." Masood nodded. "I've sent envoys to seek aid from neighboring countries. In the meantime, we'll use the terrain to our advantage. They may have the numbers, but we have the mountains." Samiullah volunteered for a reconnaissance mission to scout the Taliban's movements. He and a small team ventured deep into enemy territory, relying on their knowledge of the land to avoid detection. What they discovered was both alarming and galvanizing. The Taliban's supply lines were vulnerable, stretched thin by their overconfidence. The resistance planned a series of targeted strikes to cut those lines, buying them more time to prepare for the inevitable siege. Amid the constant tension of war, moments of levity were rare, but cherished. Farida organized a small gathering for the children in the camp, determined to give them a sense of normalcy. They played games, sang songs, and for a few precious hours, the sounds of laughter echoed through the valley. Samiullah watched from a distance, a faint smile on his face. It was a reminder of what they were fighting for, a future where their children could grow up in peace. That night, as the camp settled into an uneasy quiet, Samiullah held Farida close. "No matter what happens," he said, "promise me you'll keep them safe." The fleeting joy of that day lingered in their hearts, a small light against the encroaching darkness. As the Taliban intensified their preparations, Samiullah and his team embarked on a critical mission to disrupt their supply lines. The resistance fighters moved silently through the mountains, their faces grim but resolute. Each man knew the importance of their task. Failure could mean the swift fall of Panjshir. The air was cold and thin, and every step was a challenge. Samiullah kept his focus sharp, his eyes scanning the terrain for signs of movement. The team's goal was to destroy a convoy transporting weapons and ammunition to the Taliban front lines. By the third night, they reached the narrow pass where the convoy was expected to pass. Samiullah ordered his team to set up explosives along the path, ensuring maximum impact. They worked quickly and efficiently, their movements guided by years of experience in guerrilla warfare. As dawn approached, the rumble of engines echoed through the valley. The fighters took their positions, nerves taut with anticipation. When the convoy entered the kill zone, Samiullah gave the signal. The explosion that followed was deafening, sending fire and debris into the air. The attack was a success. The convoy was destroyed and the surviving Taliban fighters were forced to retreat. The resistance team melted back into the mountains, their spirits lifted by the victory. In Kabul, Zahara continued her work with the underground radio station. Each broadcast was a call to action, urging citizens to resist the Taliban's rule. Her words carried a sense of urgency and hope, inspiring listeners to stand up against oppression. One evening, Zahra addressed the women of Afghanistan directly. "You are the backbone of this nation," she said, her voice steady and clear. "Your strength, your courage, your resilience, it is the foundation upon which our future will be built." The broadcast reached far beyond Kabul, its signal carried by makeshift antennas to remote villages and resistance camps. Farida, listening with Samiullah in Panjshir, felt a surge of pride and determination. Zahra's voice was a reminder that their fight was part of a larger struggle, one that transcended individual battles. For Zahra, the work was both fulfilling and dangerous. The Taliban were intensifying their efforts to locate the station, and the risk of discovery grew with each broadcast. But Zahra refused to stop. She knew the power of her words, and she was determined to use them to make a difference. The lull in the fighting ended abruptly as the Taliban launched a massive assault on Panjshir. Mortar shells rained down on the valley, shattering the fragile peace. Resistance fighters scrambled to defend their positions, their resolve tested to its limits. Samiullah led his unit to a defensive position, overlooking a key mountain pass. The terrain was their greatest ally, and they used it to their advantage, creating choke points and ambushes to slow the enemy's advance. The fighting was intense and unrelenting. The resistance fighters were outnumbered, but their knowledge of the terrain and their determination gave them an edge. Samiullah's leadership was instrumental, his calm demeanor and quick thinking inspiring his men to hold their ground. Farida, meanwhile, worked tirelessly to care for the wounded. The makeshift medical tent she had set up became a hub of activity, filled with the sounds of groans and hurried footsteps. Despite the chaos, she remained composed, her hands steady as she treated injuries and offered words of comfort. The siege dragged on for days, with no clear end in sight. But the resistance fighters held firm, their spirits unbroken, even in the face of overwhelming odds. The Taliban's search for Zahra's radio station finally bore fruit. One night, as she prepared for a broadcast, the sound of heavy boots echoed outside the safe house. Zara and her team froze, their hearts pounding as the reality of their situation sank in. "Go," Parvez whispered, shoving a small bag into Zara's hands. "There's a tunnel beneath the house. It leads to the old sewer system. Follow it." Zara hesitated, her eyes darting to the radio equipment. "We can't leave this behind." "There's no time," Parvez insisted. "We'll rebuild, but you need to survive." Reluctantly, Zara followed his instructions, slipping into the narrow tunnel with 2 other team members. The darkness was oppressive, the air damp and suffocating. They moved quickly, their footsteps muffled by the layers of grime. The Taliban raided the house above, their shouts and gunfire echoing through the walls. Zara's heart ached for those who couldn't escape, but she knew she had to keep moving. The tunnel eventually opened into an abandoned alley, and the group emerged into the night, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. Zara knew she couldn't stay in Kabul. The city was no longer safe, and her work would have to continue elsewhere. With a heavy heart, she made her way toward the outskirts, determined to find a new base of operations. In Panjshir, the siege showed no signs of abating. The resistance fighters were running low on supplies, and the constant bombardment was taking its toll. Yet, amidst the chaos, a sense of unity emerged. The fighters and civilians worked together, their shared struggle forging bonds that transcended individual differences. Farida organized food distribution for the camp, ensuring that everyone received enough to sustain them. Her calm efficiency became a source of inspiration for others, and many began to look to her for guidance. Samiullah, meanwhile, coordinated with other units to plan their next move. Despite the grim situation, he refused to lose hope. "We've held them off before," he told his men. "We can do it again." Masood's leadership was pivotal, his presence a steadying force in the midst of chaos. He rallied his commanders, emphasizing the importance of their mission. "We are not just fighting for Panjshir," he said. "We are fighting for the future of Afghanistan." The resistance's fortunes shifted when reinforcements arrived in the form of supplies and additional fighters from neighboring regions. The arrival of these allies bolstered morale, giving the defenders the strength they needed to launch a counteroffensive. Samiullah and his unit were at the forefront of the attack, their knowledge of the terrain proving invaluable. The resistance fighters struck with precision, targeting key Taliban positions and forcing their enemies to retreat. Farida watched the battle unfold from the safety of the camp, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and pride. She knew the risk Samiullah was taking, but she also knew he wouldn't rest until their home was secure. As the Taliban forces pulled back, a sense of relief swept through the valley. The siege had been broken, but the cost was high. The resistance fighters mourned their losses, even as they celebrated their victory, their determination to continue the fight stronger than ever. In the aftermath of the siege, the Panjshir Valley bore scars that were both physical and emotional. The once pristine landscape was marred by craters, burned-out vehicles, and shattered buildings. The resistance camp, though intact, was a somber place. Fighters mourned their fallen comrades while tending to the wounded and repairing defenses. Samiullah moved through the camp, checking on his men. He offered words of encouragement, but the weight of their losses was evident in his eyes. When he reached Farida, who was tending to a young boy with a shrapnel wound, he paused. "You're doing more than anyone could ask," he said quietly. "So are you," Farida replied, her voice heavy with exhaustion. "But how much longer can we keep this up?" Samiullah had no answer. The question lingered in the air, a stark reminder of the uncertain road ahead. After her narrow escape from Kabul, Zara made her way to a small village in northern Afghanistan. There, she connected with a group of women activists who had been quietly resisting Taliban rule through education and advocacy. Among them was Aisha, a teacher who had risked her life to keep a secret school running.
"You're Zara," Aisha said, her tone filled with admiration. "Your broadcasts gave us hope. We thought you were lost."
"I thought I was too," Zara admitted, "but I can't stop. We need to keep fighting, in whatever way we can." The women welcomed Zara into their fold, and together they began planning their next steps. They decided to use the school as a base for disseminating information, teaching children, and training women in basic survival and resistance tactics. For Zara, the work was a lifeline, a way to channel her grief and anger into something constructive. For a brief time, the Panjshir Valley experienced an uneasy peace. The Taliban had retreated to regroup, and the resistance used the respite to strengthen their defenses and replenish supplies. Samiullah spent long hours in strategy meetings with his commanders, while Farida continued her work with the camp's civilians. The children in the camp, sensing the tension around them, found ways to bring moments of levity. They played games among the ruins, their laughter a stark contrast to the grim reality of their surroundings. Samiullah often watched them from a distance, reminded of his own children and the life he had hoped to give them. One evening, he and Farida sat by a small fire, sharing a rare moment of quiet. "Do you ever think about what comes after this?" Farida asked. "All the time," Samiullah admitted. "But first, we have to survive." Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. A messenger arrived with news. Masood had requested a meeting with all unit leaders. The fragile peace was about to be tested once again. The meeting with Masood revealed troubling intelligence. The Taliban were amassing forces for another offensive, and this time they were better prepared. Masood outlined a plan to counter the threat, but the mood in the room was tense. Everyone knew the stakes. After the meeting, Samiullah visited the memorial that had been erected for the fallen fighters. It was a simple structure, adorned with the names of those who had given their lives for the cause. Among them was Javez's name, etched into the cold stone. Samiullah placed a hand on the memorial, his thoughts heavy with memories. He whispered a promise to his friend, "I'll keep fighting. For you, for all of us." Frida found him there and joined him in silent reflection. They stood together, their shared grief a bond that strengthened their resolve. With the help of Aisha and her group, Zara managed to set up a new radio transmitter. The equipment was rudimentary, but it was enough to reach nearby villages and resistance cells. Her first broadcast from the new location was a powerful call to action. The response was immediate. Messages of support and solidarity poured in from across the region. Zara's voice became a rallying cry, inspiring resistance and hope even in the most isolated corners of the country. For Zara, the work was a reminder of the power of words. Despite the dangers, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. She knew the Taliban would come for her again, but she also knew she had to keep going. The Taliban's renewed assault on Panjshir began with a barrage of artillery fire. The valley, once a sanctuary, became a battlefield once more. Resistance fighters scrambled to their positions, their resolve hardened by the knowledge that there was no retreat. Samiullah led his unit to a strategic ridge overlooking the main approach to the valley. The fighting was brutal, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The resistance fighters used their knowledge of the terrain to their advantage, setting traps and ambushes to slow the Taliban's advance. Farida worked tirelessly in the medical tent, her hands stained with blood as she treated the wounded. She refused to let exhaustion overtake her, knowing that every life she saved was a victory in itself. The battle raged on for days, with no clear end in sight. Yet, despite the odds, the resistance held their ground. They knew that the survival of Panjshir and the hope it represented depended on their courage and determination. As the battle for Panjshir continued, the resistance fighters grew increasingly resourceful. They used every available resource to fortify their positions, from natural barriers to makeshift barricades. Samiullah's leadership was instrumental, his calm under fire inspiring his men to push forward even in the face of overwhelming odds. Farida's role extended beyond the medical tent. She organized food distribution, coordinated the care of orphans, and provided emotional support to those who were struggling. Her presence became a source of strength for the entire camp. Despite the challenges, the resistance fighters remained united. They knew that their fight was not just for Panjshir, but for the future of Afghanistan. Each day brought new challenges, but it also brought new reasons to hope. In her new base, Sara began to forge alliances with other resistance groups. She reached out to activists, former soldiers, and even disillusioned Taliban members who had turned against the regime. Together they formed a network of support that extended far beyond her village. One of Zara's most surprising allies was an old friend from her journalism days, a photographer named Omar. He had been documenting the war in secret, capturing images that revealed the human cost of the conflict. Together, they began planning a campaign to share these images with the world, exposing the Taliban's brutality and highlighting the resilience of the Afghan people. For Zara, the work was a reminder of the power of storytelling. Each broadcast, each photograph, was a weapon in their fight for justice. And though the dangers were ever present, she felt a renewed sense of purpose. As the battle for Panjshir intensified, the resistance adopted nocturnal operations to strike at the Taliban under the cover of darkness. Samiullah's unit became adept at night raids, targeting enemy supply depots and communication lines. These missions, while dangerous, were essential to weakening the Taliban's stranglehold. On one such mission, Samiullah and his men approached an enemy outpost hidden in a dense forest. The air was thick with tension as they moved silently through the shadows, their weapons ready. Using intelligence gathered by local informants, they infiltrated the outpost, planting explosives on key structures. The explosions lit up the night sky, sending the Taliban fighters into disarray. Samiullah's team retreated swiftly, their mission a success, but the danger was far from over. Taliban reinforcements soon arrived, combing the area in search of the attackers. As the resistance fighters evaded capture, Samiullah couldn't help but think of the risks they were taking. "Every step we take is a gamble," he told his men later. "But it's a gamble we have to take for the sake of our people." In the days following the night raid, Samiullah found himself grappling with the weight of command. Every decision he made carried consequences, and the lives of his men depended on his judgment. The pressure was immense, but Samiullah knew there was no room for doubt. Masood called for a council of commanders to discuss their next steps. The intelligence reports were grim. The Taliban were amassing more troops, and the resistance's supplies were running dangerously low. "We need to hit them before they can hit us," Masood said, his voice firm. "If we wait, they'll overwhelm us." Samiullah agreed, but he also voiced his concerns. "Our fighters are exhausted and our resources are stretched thin. We need to find a way to strengthen our position before we launch another offensive." The council debated late into the night, their discussions marked by urgency and determination. In the end, they decided to send emissaries to nearby regions, seeking alliances and support. It was a risky move, but it was their best chance at survival. Zara's efforts to build a resistance network bore fruit, as more activists and former soldiers joined her cause. With Omar's help, she began broadcasting powerful messages of defiance and hope, urging Afghans to stand united against the Taliban's oppression. One of Zahara's most impactful broadcasts was an interview with a former Taliban fighter who had defected. The man, known only as Aziz, spoke candidly about the horrors he had witnessed and his decision to abandon the group. "They use religion as a weapon," Aziz said, his voice filled with remorse. "But their actions have nothing to do with faith. They destroy lives in the name of power." The interview resonated deeply with listeners, sparking discussions and debates across the country. For Zara, it was a reminder of the power of truth. Every story they shared was a step toward breaking the Taliban's propaganda machine. The Taliban launched a renewed assault on Panjshir, their forces bolstered by reinforcements and heavy weaponry. The resistance fighters braced themselves for another grueling battle, their spirits steeled by the knowledge that they were defending not just their valley, but the hopes of a nation. The attack began with a relentless barrage of artillery fire, followed by waves of infantry advancing through the narrow passes. Samiullah and his men fought valiantly, using every advantage the terrain offered. The mountain paths became death traps for the attackers, but the resistance's resources were dwindling. Farida's medical tent was overwhelmed with wounded fighters, and she worked tirelessly to save lives. Despite the chaos, she maintained her composure, her determination a beacon of hope for those around her. As the fighting raged on, Samiullah received a message from Masood. Reinforcements were on their way, but they wouldn't arrive for another 2 days. The resistance had to hold the line until then.
"Oh, hold," Samiullah said firmly. "We don't have a choice."
As the battle for Panjshir reached its peak, Zara's broadcasts became a lifeline for the resistance. She called on civilians and resistance groups across the country to come to Panjshir's aid, emphasizing the valley's symbolic importance. "This is not just a fight for Panjshir," she said in one broadcast. "This is a fight for Afghanistan. If we lose here, we lose everywhere." Her words resonated deeply, inspiring volunteers to join the resistance and sending a clear message to the Taliban: the Afghan people would not be subdued. Lahara also coordinated with international journalists, providing them with first-hand accounts and evidence of the Taliban's atrocities. The coverage brought global attention to the resistance's struggle, putting pressure on foreign governments to reconsider their policies. On the second day of the siege, the resistance's reinforcements arrived, bringing much-needed supplies and fresh fighters. The arrival of these allies bolstered morale, giving the defenders the strength they needed to launch a counter-offensive. Samiullah led his unit in a daring assault on the Taliban's artillery positions. The mission was fraught with danger, but the resistance fighters were undeterred. They moved with precision, using the cover of darkness to approach their targets. The assault was a success. The destruction of the artillery positions forced the Taliban to retreat, buying the resistance valuable time to regroup. Samiullah returned to the camp, exhausted but relieved. For the first time in weeks, he allowed himself a moment of hope. The victory at Panjshir was a turning point, but the resistance knew the fight was far from over. The Taliban would regroup and return, and the challenges ahead would be even greater. Yet the defenders of Panjshir stood undaunted, their resolve stronger than ever. Farida continued her work in the camp, organizing efforts to rebuild and care for the wounded. Zara, from her remote base, amplified their victories through her broadcasts, ensuring that the world knew of their resilience. For Samiullah, the battle was a reminder of the sacrifices they had made and the strength they had found in one another. As he looked out over the valley, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. Their fight was not just for survival, it was for the future of Afghanistan. The temporary lull after the resistance's victory brought mixed emotions to Panjshir. Fighters took the opportunity to repair defenses and stockpile weapons, but the shadow of the Taliban loomed ever present. The valley, though standing strong, bore scars of relentless conflict. Samiullah walked among his men, his boots crunching over gravel as he inspected their positions. The trenches were deeper, the fortifications sturdier, but the men were weary. Farida joined him, handing out warm cups of tea to soldiers on guard duty. "Even when the guns are silent, they haunt us," Samiullah said quietly to her as they looked at the mountain peaks. Frida nodded, her own eyes shadowed with exhaustion. Peace doesn't come without its ghosts. Far from Panjshir, Zara's broadcasts had reached an international audience. A group of Afghan expatriates in Europe responded to her call, organizing a protest outside a prominent embassy to demand action against the Taliban. They held placards with slogans like "Stand with Panjshir" and "Afghanistan resists." Zahara worked tirelessly to connect these expatriates with resistance groups inside Afghanistan. Through encrypted channels, they shared strategies, donations, and even messages of hope. A particular message from a young Afghan student living in Germany caught Zahara's attention. "My family left, but my heart never did. I'm with you, Zara. We all are." Reading these words brought tears to Zara's eyes. The isolation she had felt since fleeing Kabul began to lift. The movement was growing, and it was bigger than her. Inside Taliban ranks, dissent began to brew. The sustained resistance in Panjshir had led to questioning among mid-level commanders. Some saw the prolonged conflict as a drain on resources, while others doubted the effectiveness of their leadership. In a village under Taliban control, a young fighter named Yusuf quietly voiced his frustrations to a trusted friend. "This isn't what we were promised. We were told we'd bring order, but all I see is suffering." Yusuf's doubts mirrored those of others, but expressing them openly was dangerous. Still, whispers of dissent spread like wildfire, reaching ears within the resistance through informants. Samiullah's unit received word of these fractures. While wary of propaganda, they began considering ways to exploit the Taliban's internal tensions. For Farida, the war was fought not just on the battlefield but in the hearts of those she cared for. She became a confidant for fighters struggling with guilt, fear, and grief. Her tent became a sanctuary where men and women could speak freely, unburdening themselves in whispers. One evening, a young fighter named Khalid came to her, his hands trembling. I don't think I can do this anymore," he admitted, tears welling in his eyes. "I see their faces, the ones I've killed." Farida listened intently, her heart heavy with compassion. "War makes us carry unbearable weights," she told him. "But your humanity, the fact that you feel this, is what sets you apart. Use it to fight for a future where no one has to carry this burden again." Her words reached Khalid, and while his pain didn't vanish, he left her tent with renewed purpose. The Taliban launched another offensive, determined to crush the resistance in Panjshir. This time they employed a new tactic: surprise night raids. The first attack caught the defenders off guard, resulting in heavy casualties. Samiullah's unit scrambled to regroup, fighting fiercely to reclaim lost ground. The air was thick with smoke and the crackle of gunfire. The Taliban's forces were relentless, but the resistance fighters knew the terrain better and used it to their advantage. By dawn, the tide had turned. The resistance managed to repel the attackers, but at a great cost. As Samiullah surveyed the battlefield, he clenched his fists, vowing to honor the sacrifices of those they had lost. Zara visited Aisha's school, which continued to operate in secret. The classroom, hidden in a basement, was filled with children eager to learn, despite the dangers. They whispered their lessons, their voices soft but determined. "These children are our future," Aisha told Zara. "They're why we fight." Moved by the courage of the students and their teacher, Zahra recorded a special broadcast highlighting the school's story. She avoided specifics to protect its location, but the message resonated with listeners worldwide. Donations poured in, allowing the school to acquire supplies and even a generator for light. The broadcast also reached Afghan families hiding in Taliban-controlled areas. Some, inspired by the story, risked everything to find their way to the school. With the Taliban showing no signs of retreating, Samiullah proposed a bold strategy, a coordinated attack on the enemy's command center in the nearby valley. The plan involved multiple units working together to infiltrate the heavily guarded area. "We hit them where it hurts," Samiullah explained during a strategy meeting. "Without their leadership, their forces will falter." The plan was risky, but Masood approved it, trusting Samiullah's instincts. Preparations began immediately, with resistance fighters studying maps and gathering intelligence. Every detail had to be perfect for the mission to succeed. The night before the operation, Samiullah visited his men. He spoke to them not as their commander, but as their equal, reminding them of what they were fighting for. "Whatever happens tomorrow, remember this. We're not just fighting for Panjshir, we're fighting for every Afghan who dreams of freedom." Under the cover of darkness, the resistance units moved into position. The terrain was treacherous, with steep cliffs and narrow paths, but they pressed on, their determination unwavering. Samiullah led the charge, his rifle slung over his shoulder, and his heart pounding in his chest. Reaching the outskirts of the Taliban's command center, the fighters split into smaller groups. One team planted explosives, while another prepared to engage the guards. The tension was palpable as they awaited Samiullah's signal. When the explosives detonated, chaos erupted. Resistance fighters stormed the compound, taking advantage of the confusion to disable the enemy's communications equipment. The mission was a success, but it came at a cost. Several fighters were injured, and one was killed during the retreat. Despite the losses, the operation dealt a significant blow to the Taliban's efforts. Samiullah returned to Panjshir with a heavy heart, but a sense of accomplishment. The fight was far from over, but the resistance had shown that they would not be broken. The success of the mission came with a heavy toll. As the resistance fighters returned to Panjshir, their spirits were mixed, elated by the tactical victory, but haunted by the loss of their comrades. Farida worked tirelessly, tending to the wounded, her medical skills tested to their limits. Despite the exhaustion in her eyes, her hands moved with precision, trying to save every life that came her way. Samiullah sat in the quiet of his tent later that night, the weight of leadership pressing down on him. The faces of the men they had lost haunted him. He had given them orders, sent them into the heart of danger, and though their mission had been successful, the cost was steep. "Is this what it's all for?" he muttered, staring into the flickering candlelight. "For survival? For freedom? Or for something even harder to grasp?" Zahra's broadcasts continued to capture the attention of the world. News outlets began reporting on the ongoing resistance in Panjshir. She became a symbol of defiance, and her calls for international intervention gained traction. Diplomatic channels buzzed with conversations about Afghanistan's future, and foreign governments struggled to formulate a response. In the United States, some lawmakers began pressing for more significant support to the resistance. Afghanistan's future cannot be handed over to the Taliban, one senator remarked in a televised interview. "We must support those who are fighting for democracy and freedom." Zaha, however, remained cautious. She knew better than to place too much hope on foreign aid. "The world is watching, but will they act?" she asked Omar during one of their late-night discussions. "Afghans must fight for themselves. No one will do it for us." The following week, the resistance received word that a Taliban convoy was moving toward the valley's entrance. Samiola's scouts had caught sight of the enemy in the distance, signaling an imminent assault. This would be no small skirmish, it was a full-scale attack. As the fighters scrambled to prepare, Samiola received devastating news. Khalid, the young man Farida had helped only days before, had been killed in a skirmish while securing the outer defenses. His body was returned to the camp, and Farida, with tears in her eyes, treated his wounds, even though she knew they were too far gone. "I should have done more for him," Farida whispered, holding his hand as she closed his eyes. Farida's father had died years before, and Samiullah stood by her, silently sharing in her grief. His own heart ached for the loss, but he knew there was no time to mourn. "We fight for him now," Samiullah said softly, his voice steady with the weight of command. "His sacrifice wasn't in vain. It won't be." The Taliban siege of Panjshir began at dawn. This time, they came prepared with tanks, heavy artillery, and air support, hoping to crush the resistance once and for all. Samiullah knew this would be the hardest battle yet. The valley's natural defenses had protected them before, but now the enemy's firepower was overwhelming. Farida and her medical team worked under extreme pressure. The wounded were coming in faster than they could tend to them. The cries of the injured echoed through the camp, and the sense of chaos was palpable. Farida's steady hands never faltered, but the emotional toll of it all wore on her. Zahara, still broadcasting from her hidden location, was instrumental in rallying the spirit of the Afghan people. She spoke directly to the soldiers and civilians in Panjshir, urging them to hold strong and reminding them of the importance of their resistance. "This fight is for every Afghan," she said into the microphone. "For our children, for our future, for our dignity. We will not let tyranny win." The battle stretched on for days, with neither side yielding. The Taliban's tactics were brutal, employing scorched earth methods to try and starve the resistance into submission. But the defenders of Panjshir, though exhausted, refused to back down. Then, in the midst of the siege, a critical event occurred. A local Afghan tribal leader, whose loyalty had been in question, defected from the Taliban and brought his forces to join the resistance. His decision was pivotal, as it brought much-needed reinforcements and disrupted the Taliban's lines. The arrival of fresh fighters and supplies gave the resistance a renewed sense of hope. Samiullah, though physically and emotionally drained, rallied his men, preparing for a decisive counter-offensive. "We can turn this around," Samiullah told his commanders. "We've held this valley against all odds, and we will hold it now." With reinforcements arriving and the enemy momentarily disoriented, the resistance launched a swift counter-offensive. Samiullah's unit took the lead, pushing the Taliban back from key positions along the valley's entrance. The sound of gunfire echoed through the hills as the defenders fought with all the strength they could muster. Farida, along with her medical team, moved quickly between the front lines, tending to the wounded even as the battle raged around her. The battlefield was a blur of chaos and courage, and yet, despite the madness, there was a strange sense of clarity. This was their moment, and they would not let it slip away. By the end of the day, the Taliban had been pushed back. The valley remained in the hands of the resistance, though at great cost. The battlefield was littered with the bodies of both fighters and civilians. Farida stood over a makeshift grave, silently honoring the fallen. The victory at Panjshir was hard-earned, but it wasn't a final victory. It was, instead, a crucial turning point in a long and brutal war. The resistance knew that the Taliban would regroup and return with even more force, but for now they had held their ground, and in that there was a glimmer of hope. Zaha's broadcasts continued to rally the world to their cause, but she also made sure to remind everyone that the road ahead would be long and uncertain. Our fight is far from over, she told her listeners, but the spirit of resistance will never die. As the sun set over the valley, Samiola stood alone on a hill, looking out over the land they had fought so hard to protect. The weight of the past weeks was still heavy on his shoulders, but there was a flicker of hope in his heart. There's still a long way to go, he muttered to himself, but we've proven we can endure. And endure they would. Because as long as the spirit of the Afghan people remained strong, the resistance would never fall. After the fierce battle, the valley was left in tatters. Burnt homes, destroyed crops, and the remnants of shattered defenses marked the devastation the resistance had endured. Yet, within the charred landscape, signs of resilience were already emerging. The fighters, though tired, began to rebuild. Samiola oversaw the fortifications as Farida and her medical team set up temporary clinics for the wounded, both new and old. The valley was not just their home. It was a symbol of defiance, and as much as it had been ravaged by war, it was still standing. Samiola surveyed the horizon, the weight of leadership pressing on him as he witnessed the quiet determination of his comrades. Farida approached him, her face lined with fatigue, but filled with an unwavering resolve. We rebuild, Samiola, for them, for the ones who came before us. He nodded, his gaze unwavering. And for those who will come after. While the resistance in Panjshir gathered itself, the rest of the world began to take notice. International governments, seeing the continued strength of the resistance, began to quietly offer support, humanitarian aid, weapons, and even covert intelligence. The presence of global backers was a welcome relief, but it was not without its complications. Zahra found herself in meetings with foreign diplomats, trying to navigate the delicate balance between accepting assistance and maintaining the independence of the Afghan cause. The pressure to toe the line between pragmatism and patriotism weighed heavily on her. I cannot allow us to become pawns, she told Omar one evening. Our struggle is for Afghanistan, not for anyone else's agenda. Omar, ever the strategist, reminded her, the world isn't going to stand by and watch forever. We have to find a way to make them allies, not enemies. A series of intercepted messages from Taliban communications revealed that a large force was preparing to strike again, this time in the northeast, a region less familiar to the resistance. Samiola's commanders were concerned. They had no way of knowing exactly where the attack would come from, but they had intelligence, obtained with great risk, that a key Taliban commander was among those planning the assault. Samiola gathered his most trusted commanders and shared the plan. They would move quickly, using the element of surprise to strike before the Taliban could organize fully. The gamble was high. The resistance didn't have the luxury of time. Farida, who had been coordinating medical evacuations and field hospitals, knew that if the attack succeeded there would be more wounded than they could handle, but she was resolute. If we fail to stop them, there will be no place for us to fight from, she said. We have no choice but to win. The mission to thwart the Taliban's offensive was going according to plan, until it wasn't. The resistance fighters, positioned in the northeast, waited for the command to strike. But as the sun set, the Taliban forces seemed to know exactly where they were. It became clear. Someone had leaked the plan. Samiola immediately suspected a mole within their ranks. Betrayal was the last thing they needed, and the thought that someone from within their own resistance could turn against them sent a chill through him. I won't rest until I find out who did this, Samiola muttered to his commanders. They would need to deal with this betrayal swiftly, but the fight was now twofold, one against the Taliban and the other against their own shadow. While Samiola and his men searched for the traitor, a new ally arrived in Panjshir, Ahmad Shah. an influential leader from a nearby province who had previously remained neutral. His decision to join the resistance shocked many, as his tribe had traditionally remained out of the conflict, but after witnessing the resilience of the Panjshir fighters, he could no longer stand by. "I've seen the devastation firsthand," Ahmad Shah told Samiullah. "It is clear that if we do not stand together, there will be no Afghanistan left to speak of." With his arrival, the resistance gained not only strategic insight, but also much-needed reinforcements. Ahmad Shah's warriors were well-trained and accustomed to the harsh conditions of the Afghan mountains. With his support, the resistance stood a better chance at winning the upcoming battles. The investigation into the betrayal began to bear fruit. Samiullah had begun questioning every soldier, every officer who might have had access to the plans. One evening, as the interrogation went on, a young fighter named Wali, a recruit who had joined only a few months before, broke under the pressure. "I didn't mean to," Wali sobbed, his hands shaking. "I thought the Taliban would spare my family. They threatened me." Samiullah's heart ached with the knowledge of the desperate choices some were forced to make under the weight of the Taliban's threats. But there could be no tolerance for betrayal, not when so many depended on them. With a heavy heart, Samiullah made the difficult decision. Wali was removed from the resistance, and his family was relocated to a safer location. Despite the situation, Samiullah's voice was firm as he spoke to his men. "We cannot let fear drive our actions. We fight with honor." Despite the betrayals and the ongoing struggle, the resistance's strength began to grow. International attention remained fixed on Afghanistan as diplomats and humanitarian organizations rallied to the cause. The narrative of the resistance, of a group of determined fighters holding the line against tyranny, began to resonate worldwide. Zahara, whose broadcasts had never stopped, found herself in meetings with influential journalists and foreign policy experts. She spoke of the human cost of the war, of the families displaced by the conflict, and of the women and children who had suffered the most. "This is more than just a battle for territory," she told an international news anchor. "This is about the future of our people. This is about survival, dignity, and the right to choose our own path." Weeks later, the Taliban attempted to retake the northeast with a massive offensive, expecting the resistance to be weakened by their recent betrayal. However, they underestimated the resolve of the fighters and the surprise element brought by Ahmad Shah's tribe. In a fierce, all-out battle, the resistance struck back with renewed force. The Taliban, caught off guard by the ferocity of the counterattack, found themselves pushed back once again. Farida's medical tents were overflowing with the wounded, but she never lost her composure. "We will heal them," she told her team. "One by one." With the Taliban retreating, the fighters of Panjshir celebrated their hard-earned victory. But Samiullah knew it wasn't over. There would be more battles to come. The valley had proven itself once again, but at a heavy cost. It was clear the fight for Afghanistan's future was far from finished. As the battles raged on, a bond began to form between the fighters. Despite the loss and sacrifice, they found solace in one another. Farida, Samiullah, Zara, and the others had become more than just comrades. They were family, bound by a shared vision of a free Afghanistan. Samiullah sat with his commanders one evening, watching the stars above the valley. "We've come so far, but there's still much left to do. We are not just defending this land, we are defending everything it stands for." "Freedom," one of the commanders said quietly, "and dignity." "Yes," Samiullah replied. "And in the end, that's what will carry us through." The darkness around Quezon Combat Base was so complete it seemed to swallow the world. Lance Corporal David Green lay in his damp foxhole, adjusting the chin strap on his helmet for the 4th time in 10 minutes. His M16 rifle rested against the sandbags, its barrel gleaming faintly under the glow of a nearby signal lamp. Even with the usual jungle sounds, a chorus of crickets, the occasional swallow the world, Green felt something wasn't right. "Hey, you hear that?" he whispered to Private First Class Miguel Ortiz, crouched a few feet away in another foxhole. Ortiz glanced up, his face pale, despite the smudges of dirt across his cheeks. "Hear what?" Ortiz whispered back. His voice was tinged with nervousness. "Nothing, that's the problem." Further down the line, Staff Sergeant Robert Langston was muttering into the company radio. His words came clipped, edged with frustration. "I know what the report said, Lieutenant, but I'm telling you, they're out there. I can feel it." His free hand hovered over his sidearm, an ingrained habit formed by years in combat. Langston had seen enough of the enemy to know their patterns, and this silence didn't sit right. The Tet holiday had officially begun, marking the Vietnamese New Year, a time of peace, according to tradition. Yet rumors of troop build-ups had filtered down through channels over the past week. The possibility of an attack loomed in every soldier's mind, despite assurances from intelligence that the area was secure. At 2:09 a.m., the first mortar shell landed just outside the wire. It wasn't close enough to kill, but it shattered the fragile illusion of safety. The explosion rocked the ground, throwing Green against the sandbags. His heart raced as adrenaline flooded through his body, seeking a void in his heart like missing open lead in shape. "Incoming! Everyone up!" Langston's bellow cut through the chaos. Green scrambled to his feet, grabbing his rifle as another mortar screamed through the air. This time, it struck the perimeter, sending dirt and shrapnel flying. The base erupted into controlled mayhem. Machine guns chattered as soldiers returned fire toward the tree line, where muzzle flashes now dotted the dark. Tracer rounds streaked like fiery arrows across the sky. Green fired blindly into the darkness, his hands trembling as he tried to focus. As the assault intensified, Green's thoughts flickered to home. He pictured his mother's face, her voice telling him to stay safe in her last letter. He thought of the family farm in Iowa, now distant and unreachable. "Keep it together, David," he whispered to himself, gripping his rifle tighter. January 3rd, 1968, Hue City. On the other side of Vietnam, Nguyen Yen Thi Lan crouched in the shadows of her family's home in Hue, clutching her little brother close. The room was stifling, every breath heavy with fear. Outside, distant booms echoed, mingled with sporadic bursts of gunfire. The New Year's celebrations had ended abruptly, replaced by terror. Lan's father had gone to check on neighbors hours ago, and hadn't returned. Her mother paced the room, muttering prayers in hushed tones. Her youngest brother, only 4, whimpered against her chest, his small fingers gripping her shirt. "Père," she whispered, rocking him gently. "We must be quiet." Moments later, a knock came at the door, a sharp, deliberate sound that froze everyone in place. Lan's mother motioned for silence, her hand trembling as she reached for a wooden stick they had kept for defense. The knock came again, louder this time. "It's me," a voice whispered urgently. Min slipped inside, his face pale and drenched with sweat. Min slipped inside, his face pale and drenched with sweat. The wound provided pain of the world. Sist skask heregen, est mir hier a secta asselt faufra. Vinst slipped inside, his face pale and drenched with pain. Vince slipped inside. "They're here," he said, his voice shaking. "The NVA, they've entered the city. They're rounding up anyone they think works for the Americans or the South Vietnamese government. We have to leave." Lan's stomach churned. She'd heard stories about the Viet Cong's retribution in other villages, stories of executions, of entire families disappearing. Her mother's face was grim, but she nodded, motioning for the family to gather their few belongings. "We'll go to Aunt Mai's house," Min said. "It's farther from the city center, safer." Lan's family slipped out into the night, moving cautiously through the narrow streets. The moonlight illuminated the chaos. Bodies of soldiers and civilians alike lay sprawled in the road, some still clutching weapons or belongings. Buildings smouldered, their wooden beams collapsing under the heat of the flames. As they crept through the streets, Lan saw shadows darting between alleyways, armed men with rifles slung over their shoulders. She gripped Bao's hand tightly, her heart pounding. "Don't look," she whispered, though she couldn't tear her own gaze away. Behind them, the crackle of gunfire grew louder, punctuated by the screams of the wounded. January 31, 1968, U.S. Embassy Compound, Saigon. Sergeant First Class James Jimmy Carlyle wiped the sweat from his brow as he patrolled the dimly lit grounds of the U.S. Embassy in Saigon. Despite the late hour, the city buzzed faintly in the distance, its streets never entirely at rest. Carlyle had a bad feeling, a sensation he couldn't shake since the Tet holiday truce had gone into effect. "You hear the chatter coming in from Khe Sanh?" Carlyle asked Private Ronald Meeks, who was nervously adjusting the strap of his M14 rifle. Meeks nodded. "Yeah, I heard. Mortar fire. You think we'll see anything here?" Carlyle didn't answer. He scanned the high walls of the compound, then glanced at the street beyond. Despite assurances of safety, he trusted his instincts more than he trusted command reports. At 2:45 a.m., all hell broke loose. A loud explosion shattered the stillness, sending shock waves through the embassy compound. Carlyle hit the ground instinctively as the gates rattled under the force of the blast. "Contact!" someone yelled, and gunfire erupted. The Viet Cong had breached the outer wall, their sappers blasting a hole wide enough for a squad to pour through. Carlyle scrambled to his feet, barking orders as the embassy's defenses kicked into action. Security personnel, most of them caught off guard, scrambled to form a perimeter. Carlyle fired at the shadows moving toward the main building, his MiG-16 kicking against his shoulder. Meeks was beside him, shaking but holding his ground. "They're heading for the Chancery," a voice shouted over the chaos. Carlyle's heart sank. If the Viet Cong reached the embassy's inner sanctum, it would be a disaster, both tactically and symbolically. He grabbed Meeks by the shoulder. "We hold here," he ordered, his voice steady despite the panic around him. "Don't let them through." As the battle raged, Carlyle saw one of the attackers, a young man, a barely older than a teenager, charging toward the gate with an AK-47. Caught off guard by the boy's youth, a second nearly cost him his life. The boy raised his weapon, but before he could fire, another soldier's bullet cut him down. Spoilers, a guy raised his weapon, but before he could fire, another soldier's bullet cut him down. Carlyle didn't have time to process the moment. The firefight continued, every second dragging on like an eternity. January 31, 1968, outside Hue City. In a dense thicket of trees outside Hue, Win Van Bao crouched with his Viet Cong squad, checking the magazine of his battered AK-47. He'd carried the rifle for years, through jungle ambushes and firefights, but tonight felt different. The Tet Offensive was not just another skirmish. It was a coordinated assault on the South's cities and towns, a chance to turn the tide of the war. Their orders were clear: infiltrate Hue and secure key government buildings before dawn. Bao glanced at his comrades, their faces set with determination. Among them was his childhood friend, Le Shuan Min, who adjusted the strap of his ammunition pouch with shaking hands. "Nervous?" Bao asked, keeping his voice low. Min nodded. "That's different this time. Hue is big." "It's the same as any fight," Bao replied. Though he wasn't sure, he believed it. Hue was not just another jungle village. It was a city, and the South Vietnamese forces stationed there would not give it up easily. As the group moved silently toward the city's outskirts, Bao thought of his family. He had left his wife and infant son in a remote village months ago, knowing full well he might not return. But this mission wasn't just for his family. It was for the revolution, for the dream of a unified Vietnam. When they reached the city, Bao's squad split into two groups. His unit was tasked with taking the provincial government building, a sprawling structure in the city center. The other squad moved toward the prisoners, where they would free political prisoners. The streets of Hue were eerily quiet as they advanced. Bao kept his eyes on the shadows, his heart pounding in his chest. As they approached their target, a South Vietnamese patrol appeared around the corner. "Down!" Bao hissed, and the squad flattened themselves against the walls of an alley. The patrol passed, their boots echoing against the pavement. Bao held his breath until the sound faded, then motioned for his squad to move. When they reached the government building, Bao signaled Min to take point. Min hesitated for a moment, then nodded, his jaws set with determination. They crept toward the building's entrance, rifles at the ready. The first gunshot rang out, shattering the silence and signaling the start of the battle for Hue. January 31, 1968, Hue City, Citadel. Captain Pham Quoc Hung, a veteran of the South Vietnamese Army, ARVN, surveyed the ancient walls of the citadel as dawn crept over Hue. The air was thick with tension, the silence broken only by the distant rattle of gunfire and the sporadic thump of mortars. Hung, stationed in the historic imperial city, had received word of the Viet Cong's attack on Hue hours earlier, but the scale of the assault was far beyond what anyone had anticipated. "We've lost contact with the provincial government office," reported Lieutenant Win, his face pale. "And the prison. We suspect they've taken both." Hung nodded grimly. The citadel, with its high walls and strategic location, was one of the last strongholds in the city. If they lost it, Hue would fall entirely. He turned to his men, a mix of seasoned soldiers and raw recruits, and raised his voice to steady them. "This is our home," he said. "We will hold this ground no matter what. For Hue, for our families." The soldiers nodded, their fear momentarily eclipsed by the weight of his words. But Hung knew the reality. They were outnumbered and undersupplied. Reinforcements were promised, but might not arrive for days. By mid-morning, the first wave of attackers reached the citadel's outer walls. Viet Cong fighters, armed with rifles and grenades, advanced under the cover of machine gun fire. Hung directed his men to take defensive positions along the ramparts, returning fire as the enemy pressed forward. The battle was chaotic, the narrow corridors of the citadel amplifying the sound of gunfire and explosions. Hung moved from post to post, shouting orders and encouraging his troops. Despite their efforts, the enemy breached the outer gate by noon, forcing the defenders to fall back to the inner courtyard. As the fighting raged on, Hung caught a glimpse of the Viet Cong commander leading the assault. A tall man with a scar running down his cheek, he moved with calculated precision, barking orders to his men. Hung raised his rifle, but the commander disappeared into the fray before he could take the shot. Gung lowered his rifle, hand on the trigger. As the fighting raged on, Hung caught a glimpse of the Viet Cong commander leading the assault. The citadel walls, once a symbol of Hue's strength, now stood battered and bloodstained. Hung knew they couldn't hold out much longer. January 13th, 1968, Hue City, 2, Gia Tien, Prison. Eng Van Bao's squad advanced cautiously through the crumbling corridors of Tuathian Prison. The smell of smoke and blood thick in the air. The mission was clear. Free the political prisoners held by the South Vietnamese government, many of whom were key figures in the resistance. The prison's guards, caught off guard by the early morning assault, had retreated to the facility's central block. Bao's group moved methodically, clearing each wing as they went. The sound of gunfire echoed through the halls, mingling with the cries of prisoners desperate for release.
"Here!"
Min shouted, pointing to a row of cells. Bao rushed to his side, examining the locks. They were old and rusted, easily pried open with the butt of a rifle. As the doors swung open, a wave of prisoners spilled into the corridor, men and women, their faces gaunt but their eyes alight with hope. Among them was an older man with a commanding presence.
"Comrade Bao," the man said, gripping his hand firmly. "You've done well. We owe you our lives."
Bao nodded, feeling a swell of pride despite the chaos around them. But there was no time for celebration. "We need to move," he said. "The South Vietnamese forces will counterattack soon." The group began their retreat, escorting the freed prisoners through the prison's main gate. Outside, the streets were a battlefield. Bao's squad provided cover as the prisoners scattered into the city, blending with the civilian population. As they fell back to their rally point, Bao turned to Min. "We've done our part," he said. "Now it's up to the others." Min nodded, his face set with determination. But as they moved through the city, the sound of incoming helicopters told Bao that the fight was far from over. January 31, 1968, Fubai Combat Base, south of Hue. Lieutenant Colonel Marcus Mac Wilkes stood on the tarmac of Fubai Combat Base, barking orders to his men as a steady stream of helicopters prepared for takeoff. The situation in Hue was deteriorating rapidly, and the ARVN defenders in the citadel were on the verge of being overrun. "We're sending in the 1/5 Marines," Wilkes said to his operations officer, Captain Taylor. "They need to punch through the enemy lines and reinforce the citadel. No excuses." Taylor nodded, though his face betrayed his concern. "The intel coming out of Hue isn't good, sir. They've fortified the city, every street, every building. It's a death trap." Wilkes knew the risks. The urban environment gave the Viet Cong a significant advantage, forcing the Marines to fight block by block. But there was no other option. If Hue fell, it would be a devastating blow to the South Vietnamese government and U.S. credibility in the war. As the first wave of helicopters lifted off, Wilkes thought of the men he was sending into battle. Many of them were fresh-faced kids, barely out of high school. He'd seen their type before. Brave, but untested, eager to prove themselves. "God help them," he muttered under his breath. The convoy of helicopters soared north, carrying the hopes of a beleaguered city on their blades. January 31, 1968, approaching Hue City. Corporal Daniel "Danny" Lasker gripped the edge of the Seahull 46 Sea Knight helicopter as it thundered toward Hue City, the wind from the open side door whipping his face. He glanced around at his squad mates, their expressions a mix of grim determination and nervous energy. The roar of the rotors drowned out any attempts at conversation, but no one needed to speak. They all knew what was waiting for them below.
5 minutes out, the crew chief shouted, his voice barely audible over the noise. Asker checked his M16 one last time, his fingers moving automatically through the motions. He'd been in country for 6 months, but this was his first major urban combat operation. Jungle skirmishes were one thing. Fighting street to street in a city was an entirely different beast. As the helicopters approached Hue, the city unfolded below them, a patchwork of ancient buildings, modern structures, and plumes of black smoke rising into the air. The perfume river cut through the chaos, its waters reflecting the flames of burning rooftops. "Let's hot," the crew chief shouted as the helicopter descended toward a clearing just outside the city. The moment the skids touched the ground, the squad disembarked, spreading out in a practiced formation. Gunfire erupted immediately, forcing them to dive for cover. The Viet Cong had the high ground, firing from rooftops and windows. "Move, move, move," their lieutenant barked, waving them forward. Lasker sprinted across an open stretch of ground, bullets kicking up dirt around him. He dove behind a low wall, his heart pounding as he tried to steady his breathing. To his left, Private Carter was fumbling with his rifle, his hands shaking. "Stay low!" Lasker shouted, firing a burst toward an enemy position. The return fire was relentless, pinning them down as more helicopters landed behind them, delivering reinforcements into the maelstrom. The battle for Hue had begun in earnest, and Lasker realized that survival would come down to sheer grit and luck. Lieutenant Susan Harper barely had time to breathe as another stretcher was rushed into the overcrowded field hospital. The young Marine on the stretcher was pale, his leg a mangled mess of blood and shrapnel. Harper quickly assessed the situation, barking orders to the medics assisting her. "Get me more gauze and a pressure bandage now," she shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. The room was a cacophony of groans, shouted commands, and the hum of ventilators. Since the Tet offensive had begun, the hospital had been overwhelmed with casualties from Hue and the surrounding areas. Harper had worked 20-hour shifts, catching sleep in brief snatches when she could. "Harper, we've got another chopper coming in," a medic called out, his face streaked with sweat. She nodded, finishing the dressing on the Marine's leg before moving to the next patient. The young man grabbed her hand weakly. "Am I gonna make it, ma'am?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "You're going to be fine," she said, forcing a reassuring smile. "We're taking good care of you." She'd learned to lie when necessary. It was easier for everyone that way. February 1, 1968, Q City, Imperial Quarter. Her family had made it to her aunt's house the night before Bao as gunfire controlled the narrow streets. When my baby mother heard safety had been so sweet. The Viet Cong had swept through the narrow streets. Her family had made it to her aunt's house the night before. The Viet Cong had made it to her husband's house the night before. Lan's aunt, a strong-willed woman in her 60s, had insisted they stay hidden. "They'll take you if they think you're against them," she'd warned, her voice low but firm.
Now Lan peeked out from the window of the small house, watching as a squad of Viet Cong fighters moved through the street below. They were young, some barely older than teenagers, but they carried themselves with a grim purpose. As the fighters passed, Lan's aunt whispered, "We must find food. They've taken everything from the shops." Lan nodded, though fear gripped her. Leaving the house meant exposing themselves to danger from both sides, Viet Cong patrols, and the possibility of stray fire from South Vietnamese or American forces. "I'll go," Lan said quietly. Her aunt started to protest, but Lan shook her head. "Bao needs food. I'll be careful." Steeling herself, Lan slipped out into the chaos, her heart pounding with every step. February 2, 1968, Hue City, southern suburbs. Corporal Danny Lasker ducked as a burst of AK-47 fire tore through the air above his head, the sound reverberating off the crumbling walls of the house where his squad had taken cover. The smell of cordite and burnt wood mixed with the metallic tang of blood as his squad regrouped to plan their next move. "Where's Carter?" Sergeant Wilkes demanded, scanning the ruined street outside. "Pinned down across the road," Laska said, motioning to a storefront where Carter had taken cover earlier. The space between them and the private was a gauntlet of enemy fire. Wilkes gritted his teeth. "We're getting him out. Asker, you and Thompson lay down suppressing fire. Jenkins, you're with me. Let's move." The squad sprang into action. Laska leaned out from the shattered window, firing short bursts toward the building across the street where the Viet Cong were entrenched. Thompson joined him, their coordinated fire giving Wilkes and Jenkins the cover they needed to cross. The sound of an RPG launcher being prepped sent a chill through Lasker. He spotted the source, a young Viet Cong soldier aiming from a second-story window. Without hesitation, he adjusted his aim and fired, his shots finding their mark. The RPG dropped harmlessly to the ground as the soldier crumpled. "Got him!" Lasker yelled, but there was no time to celebrate. Wilkes and Jenkins reached Carter, dragging the injured private back to safety under a hail of bullets. Back in the relative shelter of the house, Wilkes clapped Lasker on the shoulder. "Good shooting! Now let's figure out how to clear this damn street." The squad's ordeal was far from over. With every inch of ground they gained, the Viet Cong fought back harder, forcing the Marines into a brutal, grinding battle where survival depended on split-second decisions. February 2, 1968, Hue City, Imperial Quarter. Wen Ti Lian crept along the alley, clutching a small bag of rice she'd managed to scavenge from an abandoned home. The streets were unnervingly quiet, an ominous calm that set her nerves on edge. Every sound seemed magnified in the silence, the crunch of her sandals on loose gravel, the distant crackle of fire, the occasional distant echo of gunfire. Her little brother Bao was waiting back at her aunt's house, hungry and frightened. She had to get back before the fighting resumed. As she turned a corner, she froze. A group of Viet Cong fighters was gathered near a makeshift barricade, their voices low as they discussed strategy. One of them spotted her and raised a hand. "Hey, you," the soldier called, his rifle slung casually over his shoulder. Lan's heart raced, but she forced herself to appear calm. "I'm just looking for food," she said. holding up the bag of rice. The soldier nodded, waving her on. "Be quick, it's not safe here." Len nodded and moved past them, her legs trembling. She knew that any wrong move could spell disaster. As she approached her aunt's house, she heard the unmistakable sound of helicopters in the distance. The Americans were coming. She rushed inside, bolting the door behind her. Her aunt and Bao looked up, relief washing over their faces. "I got food," she said, her voice shaking. "But we need to stay quiet. The fighting's coming back." February 2, 1968, Hue City, Alvin Command Post. Captain Pham Kwa Kung surveyed the makeshift command post inside the citadel, now crowded with ARVN officers and a handful of U.S. Marines. Reinforcements had finally arrived, bringing much-needed firepower, but the situation was still dire. "Captain, we're coordinating with the Marines to push toward the southern wall," a lieutenant reported. Hung nodded, turning to the Marine officer beside him. Lieutenant Colonel Marcus "Mac" Wilkes was a towering presence, his gruff demeanor masking a sharp tactical mind. "We'll take point," Wilkes said. "My men are better equipped for urban combat." Hung bristled at the implication, but let it slide. Pride had no place here. "Fine. But my men know the terrain. We'll guide you." The two forces worked quickly to plan their assault. Hung's men would flank the enemy positions, while the Marines provided covering fire. It was a risky maneuver, but they had no other choice. As they moved out, Hung couldn't help but feel a grudging respect for the Americans. Despite their differences, they fought with a determination that mirrored his own. For now they were united in their goal, to reclaim the city from the chaos that had consumed it. February 3, 1968, Hue City, Western Edge. Susan Harper rubbed her tired eyes as the first light of dawn illuminated the field hospital. Casualties from the latest fighting had poured in overnight, and she hadn't slept in over 24 hours. One of the new arrivals was a young Marine with shrapnel wounds to his chest. As Harper worked to stabilize him, she overheard him murmuring something about his squad. "They're still out there," he whispered, his eyes glassy. Harper paused, her hand resting lightly on his arm. "You're safe now," she said softly. But the Marine shook his head. "They need help. They're trapped." The weight of his words stayed with her long after she moved on to the next patient. She'd seen the cost of war up close, the shattered bodies, the haunted eyes, but it never got easier. Each life saved was a small victory, a reminder of why she kept going. As the day wore on, the sound of helicopters overhead signaled another wave of wounded. Harper steeled herself, ready to face whatever came through the doors next. February 3, 1968, Hue City, Citadel Perimeter. Lieutenant Colonel Marcus "Mac" Wilkes crouched behind a crumbling stone wall as his radio operator handed him the receiver. The Marines had managed to carve out a narrow foothold along the southern wall of the citadel, but the Viet Cong defenders were tenacious, using every inch of the ancient fortress to their advantage. "Bravo Company is pinned down near Gate 5, came the voice on the other end, requesting immediate support." Wilkes glanced at the map spread out on the ground before him, marked with hastily drawn positions and objective points. Understood, he replied. Tell them to hold tight. We'll flank from the east. He turned to Captain Pham Quoc Hung, who stood nearby with a group of Arvan soldiers. We're moving on Gate 5. Your men know the area. Can you guide us through that alley network? Hung nodded. It's risky, but it will get you close. The combined force moved out, advancing cautiously through the maze of narrow alleys and courtyards that crisscrossed the citadel. The tension was palpable, every corner a potential ambush. As they approached the gate, the crack of gunfire erupted, and the column scattered for cover. Viet Cong fighters had fortified the area, turning the approach into a deadly bottleneck. Grenades, Wilkes barked. A volley of grenades sailed through the air, their explosions clearing a path for the Marines and ARVN soldiers to surge forward. The fighting was fierce, with hand-to-hand combat breaking out as the attackers breached the gate. By the time the smoke cleared, Gate 5 was secured, but the cost was high. Wilkes looked at the bodies of fallen comrades and clenched his fists. We're not done yet, he muttered, rallying his men for the next phase of the assault. February 3, 1968, Hue City, civilian quarters. Nguyen Thi Lan stepped cautiously over a pile of rubble as she carried her brother Bao on her back. The fighting had reached their neighborhood overnight, forcing them to flee their aunt's house. The once beautiful streets of Hue were now unrecognizable, a landscape of shattered buildings and smoldering debris. Are we going to die? Bao asked, softly, his voice trembling. No, Lan replied firmly, though her own fear threatened to overwhelm her. We'll find a safe place. As they moved through the ruins, they encountered other civilians, families huddled together in bombed-out basements, elderly, men and women, helping each other navigate the destruction. The shared glances of desperation and determination were a silent reminder that they were all in this together. A distant explosion made Lan flinch, and she tightened her grip on Bao. Her mind raced with questions. Where was safe? Who could they trust? She had no answers, only the will to keep moving. February 3, 1968. Hue City, Western Sector. Corpsman James Doc Walters was in the thick of it again, sprinting across an open street to reach a wounded Marine lying motionless near a collapsed wall. The air was filled with the crack of gunfire and the whistle of incoming mortars, but Walters focused on the task at hand. Stay with me, buddy, he muttered as he reached the Marine, quickly assessing the wounds. A bullet had torn through the man's thigh, and blood was pouring out at an alarming rate. Walters applied a tourniquet with practiced efficiency, ignoring the bullets kicking up dust around him. A sharp pain in his shoulder told him he'd been grazed, but he pushed it aside. "Doc, we've got more down over here," someone shouted. Walters waved for a couple of Marines to help carry the wounded man back to cover, then turned to the next call for help. He'd treated dozens of injuries over the past 2 days, each one a reminder of how fragile life was in this hellish war. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the ruined city, Walters allowed himself a brief moment to breathe. He looked around at the men he'd saved and those he couldn't, the weight of it all pressing down on him. But there was no time for reflection. The war didn't wait for anyone. February 4, 1968, Hanoi, North Vietnam. In a small, dimly lit office in Hanoi, Nguyen Nguyen Phuc reviewed reports coming in from Hue. The Tet offensive was a gamble, but the psychological and political impact was already exceeding expectations. Even in areas where the Viet Cong had suffered heavy losses, the message was clear. The North was capable of striking anywhere, at any time. Phuc, a senior member of the propaganda department, drafted a statement to be broadcast on Radio Hanoi. The language was carefully chosen to highlight the victories in Hue and other cities, emphasizing the resilience of the communist fighters and the supposed collapse of the American-backed South Vietnamese government. "We need footage of the imperial city," said to his assistant. "Something that shows the Viet Cong raising their flags. It will rally the people." He paused, glancing at a map of Vietnam pinned to the wall. The offensive was far from over, and the fighting in Hue was particularly brutal. But to Phuc and his comrades, the battle was as much about winning hearts and minds as it was about territory. February 4th, 1968, Hue City, Citadel District. Corporal Danny Lasker crouched behind a stone column in the citadel, his ears ringing from the detonation of a nearby grenade. His squad had been tasked with pushing deeper into the heart of the fortress, but their progress was halted by a well-entrenched Viet Cong position. "They've got machine guns covering that alley," Sergeant Wilkes growled, pressing his back against the wall. "We can't move forward without taking them out." "Sniper in the tower, too," Lasker added, pointing to a crumbling watchtower overlooking their position. He had seen the glint of a rifle scope and narrowly avoided becoming the sniper's latest victim. Wilkes called for air support, but with the city's dense layout and civilians still scattered throughout, precision strikes were risky. "We're going to have to flank them," Wilkes said grimly. Lasker volunteered to lead a fire team to the right, hoping to catch the enemy from the side. As they moved out, the sniper's shots forced them to dive for cover repeatedly. The weight of Lasker's pack felt heavier with every step, but he pressed on, his determination outweighing his exhaustion. When they finally reached a vantage point, Lasker spotted the machine gun nest, a sandbagged position with 3 Viet Cong soldiers manning the weapon. He signaled to his team, and they unleashed a coordinated assault, grenades exploding and rifles firing in quick succession. The enemy position was silenced, but not without cost. One of Lasker's men took a hit, and Lasker dragged him back to cover, shouting for a medic. Fire raced through his veins, gratifying his lust for blood. Betrayal was sure. The day's fight was far from over. February 4th, 1968, Kuwait City, civilians' underground shelter. Unyentilan sat in the dimly lit basement of a partially destroyed building, surrounded by other civilians who had sought refuge from the relentless fighting above. Bao clung to her side, his small hand gripping hers tightly. The shelter was a patchwork of despair and resilience. An elderly man with a makeshift bandage over his eye recited prayers softly. A mother tried to comfort her crying baby, her own face etched with worry. A group of young men whispered among themselves, debating whether to join the resistance. Lan listened, her thoughts racing. She had no desire to fight, but she couldn't ignore the suffering around her. Every explosion, every scream reminded her of the fragility of their existence. "We can't just sit here," one of the young men said, his voice firm. "The Americans and South Vietnamese are pushing back. If we help the resistance now, we might stand a chance." Lan felt a pang of fear. She had no weapons, no training, but she also had no illusions about what would happen if the war continued to consume the city. She glanced at Bao, his face pale and drawn. "Stay here," she whispered, squeezing his hand. "No," Bao cried, his voice breaking. Lan hugged him tightly. "I'll come back, I promise." Before she could change her mind, she stood and followed the young men. February 5th, 1968. Phu Bai Combat Base, Field Hospital. Lieutenant Susan Harper leaned against a metal cot, her head resting against the cool frame as she closed her eyes for a moment. The lull in incoming casualties was rare and fleeting, but she was grateful for the reprieve. The latest wave of wounded had included several civilians, their injuries a brutal reminder of the indiscriminate nature of urban warfare. One patient, a young girl no older than 8, had suffered severe burns. Harper had spent hours carefully cleaning and dressing her wounds, the girl's quiet sobs piercing her heart. Harper's mind wandered to her brother again. She had heard rumors of heavy fighting near Khe Sanh, but no official news. The not knowing was its own kind of torment. "Lieutenant?" A voice called softly. "Ai Gatal." Harper opened her eyes to see Dr. Nguyen, the South Vietnamese surgeon she had come to respect deeply. He handed her a cup of tea. "You've done enough for today. Rest." She nodded, taking the cup with trembling hands. The tea's warmth spread through her, a small comfort in a sea of chaos. "Thank you," she murmured. Dr. Nguyen sat beside her. "We do what we can," he said, his tone somber. "But this war, it tests us all." Harper nodded, gazing out at the horizon. The distant sound of artillery reminded her that the war was far from over. February 5th, 1968. Viet City, Viet Cong Command Post. Le Van Dong, a Viet Cong commander, reviewed a map of Hue with his subordinates. Their initial success in capturing key areas of the city had been met with fierce resistance from the Americans and South Vietnamese. Supplies were running low, and morale was beginning to waver. "Reinforcements from the north are delayed," one of his men reported. Dung frowned. The plan had been ambitious, and while they had achieved symbolic victories, holding the city was proving more difficult than anticipated. "We will fortify the citadel and focus on defending the imperial palace," Dung said. "Every position must be held, no matter the cost." As the meeting ended, Dung stepped outside into the cool night air. The streets of Hue, once bustling with life, were now eerily silent. He thought of his family in the countryside, wondering if they would ever see peace. For now, his duty was clear. The fight for Hue was not just about territory. It was about the spirit of his people and the message they were sending to the world. February 5th, 1968, Hue City, Imperial Palace Courtyard. Captain Pham Quoc Hung gazed up at the grand archways of the Imperial Palace, now scarred by bullets and explosions. The structure, once a symbol of Vietnamese heritage and pride, had become a fortress for Viet Cong forces. Hung felt a pang of sorrow. He had visited the palace as a child, marveling at its ornate beauty. "Captain, we're ready to move," a soldier reported, snapping him out of his thoughts. Hung nodded, rallying his Oven troops. Their mission was to breach the palace gates and reclaim the stronghold. It was more than a tactical objective. It was a statement of resilience, a refusal to let the Viet Cong desecrate their nation's history. The approach, the palace, was treacherous. Machine gun fire rained down from the upper levels, forcing Hung's men to advance slowly, using fallen columns and statues for cover. Explosions echoed through the courtyard, the sharp cracks of rifles mingling with the screams of the wounded. Hung led from the front, his rifle slung over his shoulder as he barked orders and encouraged his men. He knew the risks, but refused to let fear dictate his actions. As they reached the gates, a sudden barrage of grenades forced them to scatter. "Flank left," Hung shouted, motioning for a squad to circle around. The battle for the palace was far from over, but Hung's determination burned brightly. This was his city, his heritage, and he would fight to preserve it. February 5th, 1968, Hue City, southern suburbs. Nguyen Thi Lan crouched behind a crumbling wall, her heart pounding as gunfire erupted nearby. The young men she had followed into the resistance were scattered around her, their faces grim with determination. Lan clutched the makeshift weapon, a rusted rifle that felt foreign and heavy in her hands. "This way," one of the men whispered, leading the group through a narrow alley. Their objective was to sabotage an American supply route, cutting off reinforcements and supplies. Lan's mind raced as they moved. She wasn't a soldier. She had joined out of desperation, a need to do something to protect her brother and her home. But now, in the thick of it, she realized the weight of her decision. As they reached the supply route, they set their trap. Explosives hidden beneath debris. Lan watched nervously, her eyes darting between her comrades and the road. When the first convoy appeared, a wave of panic surged through her. "Now," the leader hissed. The explosion shook the ground, sending debris and flames into the air. The convoy screeched to a halt, soldiers scrambling to respond. Lan's group opened fire, their ambush throwing the Americans into chaos. Lan fired her rifle, the recoil jarring her arm. She couldn't tell if she hit anything, her vision blurred by adrenaline and fear. The skirmish was brief but brutal, and when it was over, her group retreated into the shadows, leaving destruction in their wake. Lan felt numb as they returned to their hideout. She had survived, but the cost of her actions weighed heavily on her soul. February 6, 1968, Hue City Field Hospital. The field hospital was a scene of controlled chaos. Lieutenant Susan Harper worked tirelessly, her hands moving with practiced precision as she stitched a deep laceration on a Marine's arm. The young soldier grimaced in pain, his face pale from blood loss. "You are going to be fine," Harper said, her voice calm but firm. "Stay with me." The night dragged on as casualties poured in. Each patient brought a new challenge. Shrapnel wounds, burns, broken limbs. Harper and her team worked without rest, their exhaustion pushed aside by the urgency of their mission. At one point, Harper stepped outside for a brief moment of respite. The cool night air hit her face, a stark contrast to the suffocating heat inside the tent. She looked up at the sky, the stars obscured by the distant glow of fires. Dr. Joao Nguyen joined her, his face lined with fatigue. "You've done well tonight," he said. "You have achieved a miracle, a happiness, a sense of purpose, a connection to God, a sense of community." Harper nodded, her mind replaying the day's events. "Sometimes I wonder if it's enough." "It is," Nguyen replied firmly. "Every life you save matters." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of another stretcher. Harper took a deep breath and returned to her work, her resolve unshaken. February 6th, 1968, Hue City, Central District. Corporal Denny Lasker wiped sweat from his brow as he reloaded his rifle. His squad was locked in a brutal firefight, the enemy entrenched in a series of buildings that had become makeshift fortresses. Every attempt to advance was met with fierce resistance. "They've got snipers covering the main road," Sergeant Wilkes muttered, peering through binoculars. "We need to take out that position before we can move." Lasker volunteered for the dangerous task, crawling through rubble and debris to get a clear shot. The city was eerily quiet except for the occasional crack of gunfire, the silence amplifying every sound. As he reached a vantage point, Lasker spotted the sniper, a young Viet Cong soldier, perched in a window, his rifle trained on the Marines below. Lasker steadied his aim, his finger hovering over the trigger. For a moment, their eyes met through the scope, and Lasker hesitated. The soldier was just a kid, no older than his younger brother back home. But the hesitation was brief. Lasker fired, the shot echoing through the streets. The sniper fell, and Lasker's stomach churned. He pushed the feeling aside, knowing there was no time for doubt. As he returned to his squad, he couldn't shake the image of the young soldier's face. "Good work," Wilkes said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Let's move." The squad advanced cautiously, the weight of their actions heavy on their shoulders. February 7th, 1968, Hugh City Citadel Interior.
"See things."
"We're close to the flag tower," Wilkes said, glancing at his map. "If we can take it, we'll cripple their morale." The Marines moved cautiously, their boots crunching over broken tiles and shattered pottery. As they turned a corner, enemy fire erupted, forcing them to dive for cover. The Viet Cong had positioned machine guns in a nearby watchtower, pinning the Americans in place. "Azuka team, take out that tower," Wilkes shouted over the din of battle. The response was immediate. A rocket streaked through the air, slamming into the watchtower and sending debris raining down. The Marines surged forward, their rifles barking as they advanced on the enemy positions. The fight was brutal and chaotic. Grenades exploded, smoke filled the air, and the cries of the wounded echoed through the ancient halls. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, the flag tower was in Marine hands. Wilkes climbed the battered structure and raised the South Vietnamese flag, a symbolic victory in a battle far from over. February 7, 1968, Hue City, Civilians' Refuge. Nguyen Thi Lan returned to the shelter, her clothes torn and her face streaked with soot. Bao ran to her, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist. "You're back!" he cried, his voice filled with relief. Lan knelt down, her hands trembling as she hugged him. "I told you I would come back." The other civilians in the shelter regarded her with a mixture of admiration and concern. Word of her participation in the ambush had spread, and while some saw her as a symbol of defiance, others feared the consequences of her actions. One elderly woman approached, her expression stern. "Fighting won't bring peace," she said softly. "It only brings more pain." Lan nodded, her heart heavy with doubt. She had joined the resistance out of desperation, but the weight of her actions was beginning to take its toll. As she sat with Bao, she resolved to protect him at all costs, even if it meant leaving the fight behind. "I'll keep you safe," she whispered to her brother, her voice firm despite the fear gnawing at her. "And no matter what." February 7th, 1968, Hue City, western suburbs. Corpsman James Doc Walters crouched in a shallow trench, his medical kit slung over his shoulder. The Marines were preparing for a night raid on a Viet Cong supply depot, a risky operation designed to cut off enemy reinforcements. "Stay close to me, Doc," Private First Class Ramirez whispered. "It's gonna get hairy out there." Walters nodded, his heart pounding as the signal to move came. The Marines advanced under cover of darkness, their footsteps muffled by the soft earth. The depot loomed ahead, a cluster of makeshift buildings surrounded by barbed wire and guard posts. Parading goes closely, ready to treat the wounded, their rifles cutting through the night. Germ, the most colbert, collected at the outer defences. The Marines cutting through the wounded, their safest stables, ready to trade a teeny waste. The grey owls ground. Amid the firefight, a grenade detonated nearby, sending shrapnel flying. Walters rushed to a fallen Marine, his hands moving quickly to stem the bleeding from a chest wound. The Marine, gasped for air, his eyes wide with fear. "You're gonna be okay," Walters said, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. "Just keep breathing." By the time the depot was secured, the Marines had taken heavy losses. Walters worked tirelessly through the night, his determination unshaken despite the horrors he witnessed. February 8th, 1968, Hanoi, not Vietnam. In a brightly lit conference room in Hanoi, Nguyen Xuan Phuc listened as a senior official detailed the progress of the Tet offensive. Maps and charts covered the walls, illustrating the widespread chaos the Viet Cong had unleashed across South Vietnam. "Our comrades in Hue have dealt significant blows to the Americans and their puppet forces," the official declared. "Their occupation of the imperial city is a powerful symbol of our strength." Phuc nodded, though he knew the reality was more complex. Reports from the field painted a grimmer picture. The Viet Cong were running low on supplies, their positions under constant attack. "We must focus on the narrative," Phuc said. "The world doesn't need to know the details of our struggles. They need to see our determination." As the meeting continued, Phuc drafted a statement for Radio Hanoi, emphasizing the bravery of the fighters in Hue and framing the offensive as a decisive step toward victory. He knew the power of propaganda, the way it could inspire hope and rally support even in the face of adversity. Yet, as he crafted his words, Phuc couldn't ignore the nagging doubt in the back of his mind. How many more lives would be sacrificed in the name of this cause? February 8th, 1968, Hue City, Southern Perimeter. Sergeant Wilkes paced along the defensive line, barking orders to his men as they prepared for another Viet Cong assault. The Marines had managed to carve out a tenuous foothold in the southern district, but the enemy was relentless. Every inch of ground won was paid for in blood. "Check your ammo. Keep your heads down," Wilkes shouted. Corporal Denny Lasker adjusted his helmet, his eyes scanning the shadowy streets ahead. The city, once vibrant, was now a grim battlefield of smoldering ruins and shattered glass. The Viet Cong attacked just before dawn, their advance heralded by the high-pitched whistle of mortars. Explosions rocked the defensive line, and Wilkes's men opened fire, their rifles blazing in the dim light. Lasker aimed carefully, picking off enemy soldiers as they darted between buildings. His heart raced as he spotted a group of Viet Cong setting up a machine gun. Without waiting for orders, he grabbed a grenade and lobbed it toward them. The explosion silenced the position, earning him a nod of approval from Wilkes. As the sun rose, the enemy withdrew, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Lasker slumped against a wall, his hands trembling. They had held the line, but he knew the cost of victory all too well. February 8, 1968, Hugh City, Citadel Interior. Captain Pham Quoc Hung walked cautiously through the Citadel's labyrinthine corridors, his rifle at the ready. The Viet Cong had been driven back from several key positions, but their remaining forces were deeply entrenched within the ancient walls. Hung's unit was tasked with clearing the western wing of the citadel, a task made more daunting by the countless traps and hidden tunnels the enemy had set up. "Careful," he warned his men as they approached a darkened doorway. "They've booby-trapped these halls before." The soldiers moved in pairs, their flashlights cutting through the gloom. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant echoes of gunfire. As they rounded a corner, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted, and one of Hung's men went down, clutching his leg. The others returned fire, their bullets tearing into the enemy position. Hung dragged the wounded soldier to safety, applying a tourniquet with practiced hands. "Stay with me," he said, his voice calm despite the chaos. The firefight ended as quickly as it began, leaving the corridor eerily silent once more. Hung's men pressed on, their determination undiminished. They knew that every step forward brought them closer to reclaiming the citadel and their country's honor. February 8, 1968, Hue City, Viet Cong hideout. Nguyen Thi Lan sat in a dimly lit basement, her hands wrapped tightly around a cup of cold tea. The small group of resistance fighters she had joined was debating their next move, their voices hushed but tense. "We need to hold our ground," one man argued. "If we give up now, everything we've fought for will be in vain." Lan remained silent, her thoughts a swirling storm of doubt. She had seen too much death, too much suffering. The idealism that had driven her to join the resistance was crumbling under the weight of reality. "What about the civilians?" she asked finally. "What about those who just want to survive?" The room fell silent, her words cutting through the tension. "We fight for them," another man said quietly. even if they don't understand it now. Lan looked away, her mind drifting to Bao. She wasn't sure she believed in the cause anymore, but she couldn't abandon the people she had come to care about. She made her decision. She would stay. For now. February 9th, 1968, Hugh City, Marine Command Post. Lieutenant Colonel Marcus Wilkes leaned over a map spread across a makeshift table, his brow furrowed in concentration. The battle for Wei had entered its second week, and the strain of command was beginning to show. Reinforcements from Fubai are delayed, a junior officer reported, and we're running low on supplies. Wilkes nodded, his jaw tightening. We'll hold with what we've got. We can't afford to lose any more ground. The weight of responsibility bore down on him like a physical burden. Every decision he made had life and death consequences, and the faces of the men he'd lost haunted him. He stepped outside the command post, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and gunpowder. In the distance, he could hear the steady thump of artillery. A Marine approached, his face grim. "Sir, we've got intel on a high-value target in the northern district." Wilkes straightened, his exhaustion pushed aside. "Then let's make it happen." The battle for Hugh was far from over, and Wilkes was determined to see it through to the end. February 9th, 1968, Hugh City, Northern District. Lieutenant Colonel Marcus Wilkes gathered his men at the edge of the Northern District. The intelligence they had received indicated a key Viet Cong command post was hidden in one of the old colonial buildings. If they could take it, the enemy's operations in Hue would be severely disrupted. "Stay sharp," Wilkes said, his voice low but firm. "They know we're coming, and they'll fight hard to keep this position." The Marines moved cautiously through the ruined streets, their weapons at the ready. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, every sound a potential ambush. As they approached the target building, enemy fire erupted from upper floor windows, pinning them down. "Suppressive fire," Wilkes ordered, signaling for a flanking maneuver. Corporal Lasker and his squad circled around, navigating a maze of alleys to reach the building's rear entrance. As they breached the door, a grenade rolled toward them. "Get down!" Lasker shouted, diving for cover. The explosion shook the walls, but the squad pressed on, clearing room after room in brutal, close-quarters combat. By nightfall, the command post was secured, its occupants either dead or captured. Wilkes surveyed the aftermath, his face grim. It was a tactical victory, but the cost in lives weighed heavily on him. February 10, 1968, Hue City, civilian shelter. Nguyen Thi Lan sat in the flickering candlelight of the shelter, her brother Bao asleep beside her. The sounds of gunfire had grown distant, but the tension in the air remained palpable. She folded her hands and whispered a prayer, her voice barely audible. It was not a prayer for victory, but for an end to the suffering. For the first time in weeks, Lan allowed herself to hope for peace. Exercise 15. Frigus Her Esramaying. Library 29. Across the room, an elderly woman began to sing softly, her voice carrying a haunting melody that seemed to echo the collective grief of everyone in the shelter. Lon listened, tears streaming down her face. When the song ended, she approached the woman. "Thank you," she said quietly. "That was beautiful." The woman smiled faintly. "Music can heal wounds that medicine cannot." Lan nodded, feeling a flicker of strength return. Despite everything, she resolved to protect those around her, even if she couldn't change the course of the war. February 10th, 1968, Hue City, Trang Tien Bridge. Doc Walters knelt behind a pile of rubble, his medical kit open and his hands covered in blood. A Marine had been hit while trying to cross the Trang Tien Bridge, and Walters was doing everything he could to save him. "Stay with me," Walters muttered, applying pressure to the wound. The Marine groaned, his face pale. The bridge was a strategic lifeline, and both sides were fighting fiercely to control it. Walters could hear the crack of sniper fire and the distant rumble of artillery as the Marines pushed forward. When the patient was stabilized, Walters looked up to see Sergeant Wilkes motioning for him to move. "Doc, we need you on the other side." Walters grabbed his kit and sprinted across the bridge, bullets whizzing past him. He reached the far side and immediately set to work, tending to the wounded under heavy fire. The battle for the bridge raged on, but Walter's focus never wavered. He was determined to save as many lives as he could, no matter the cost. February 11th, 1968, Saigon, U.S. Embassy. In a rare moment of calm, Lieutenant Susan Harper sat at a desk in the embassy, writing a letter to her father. The events of the past weeks had left her emotionally drained, but she found solace in putting her thoughts into words. "Dear Dad," she began, her handwriting neat but hurried. "I can't tell you everything that's happened here, but I want you to know that I'm doing my best. The people here are so brave, and it reminds me of what you always said about standing strong in the face of adversity." She paused, her pen hovering over the paper. Memories of the field hospital flooded her mind, the faces of the wounded, the endless hours of work. "I've seen so much pain," she continued, "but I've also seen incredible resilience. It gives me hope that even in the darkest times, we can find a way forward." As she sealed the letter, Harper felt a sense of relief. She couldn't change the war, but she could honor the lives she touched by sharing their stories. February 11, 1968, Hue City, Western District. Heavy rain fell over Hue, turning the streets into rivers of mud. Captain Pham Quoc Hung and his unit pressed forward, their mission to secure the Western District. The rain made visibility poor, but it also muffled their movements, giving them a tactical advantage. As they approached a Viet Cong bunker, Hung signaled for his men to take positions. A firefight erupted, the sound of gunfire mixing with the drumming of the rain. Hung's heart pounded as he led the charge, his rifle blazing. The bunker was heavily fortified, but his men fought with a ferocity born of desperation. By the time the rain subsided, the bunker was in Arvan hands. Hung stood in the clearing, his uniform soaked and his face etched with exhaustion. The rain had washed away the blood, but not the memories of the battle. February 12, 1968, Kuwait City, Tianmu Pagoda. The serene bell of Tianmu Pagoda, perched on the banks of the Perfume River, had not rung in days. The pagoda, a historic symbol of Vietnamese culture and spirituality, was now caught in the crossfire. Monk Phap Tan sat in the inner sanctum, his hands resting on his knees in silent meditation. Around him, refugees huddled together, seeking solace in the temple's sanctuary. Despite the chaos outside, Tan maintained an air of calm, offering prayers for the living and the dead. When the fighting moved closer, Tan made his way to the courtyard. He found young Bao and his sister Lan among the crowd. Lan was clutching her brother tightly, her face pale with fear. "We will remain safe here," Than assured her. His voice carried a quiet conviction that steadied her trembling hands. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Tan rang the temple bell. The sound echoed across the city, a reminder that even in the midst of war, the spirit of Wei endured. February 12, 1968, Hue City, rooftop overlook. Corporal Danny Lasker adjusted his scope, his rifle trained on the street below. He had been assigned sniper duty on a rooftop overlooking the southern district, tasked with eliminating enemy combatants while covering advancing Marines. From his elevated position, Lasker could see the devastation wrought by the battle: collapsed buildings, charred vehicles, and bodies that no one had been able to retrieve. His stomach churned, but he forced himself to focus. Movement caught his eye. Through his scope, he spotted a Viet Cong soldier setting up an RPG launcher. Lasker held his breath, his finger tightening on the trigger. A single shot rang out, and the soldier crumpled. As the day wore on, Lasker picked off targets one by one. Each shot was precise, but with every pull of the trigger, he felt a piece of himself slipping away. When his shift ended, Lasker descended the stairs with a heavy heart. He had done his job, but the faces of the fallen stayed with him, a stark reminder of the human cost of war. February 13, 1968, Hue City, Marine Command Post. In a cramped room filled with radios and maps, intelligence officers worked tirelessly to decipher intercepted Viet Cong communications. Among them was Lieutenant Susan Harper, her brow furrowed as she scanned a stack of coded messages. The enemy's coordination had been remarkable, and Harper knew that cracking their codes could provide a critical advantage. She had spent days analyzing patterns, searching for the key to unlock their encrypted transmissions. Finally, a breakthrough came. Harper's eyes widened as she deciphered a message detailing an upcoming supply drop. She rushed to the commanding officer, her voice tinged with urgency. "Sir, we've identified a key resupply point. If we act quickly, we can cut off their logistics in the western sector." The officer nodded, already issuing orders. Harper returned to her desk, a sense of accomplishment tempered by the knowledge that her work was far from over. February 13th, 1968, Hue City, civilian shelter. Nguyen Thi Chan woke with a start, her heart racing. The shelter was dark and quiet, but the echoes of explosions and gunfire filled her mind. Bao stirred beside her, his small hand gripping hers tightly. "Did you have a bad dream?" he whispered. Lan nodded, her throat too dry to speak. In truth, she hadn't dreamed at all. She had relived the horrors of the past weeks. The ambush, the fleeing, the constant fear. Outside, the distant rumble of artillery reminded her that the nightmare was far from over. Lan stroked Bao's hair, whispering reassurances she didn't believe. As the hours dragged on, she found herself praying not for victory, but for survival. She longed for the day when Bao could sleep without fear, when they could return to the life they had lost. February 14th, 1968, Saigon, MACV Headquarters. General William Westmoreland stood before a room of senior officers, his expression grim but resolute. The Tet Offensive had caught the American forces off guard, and Hugh had become the focal point of the conflict. "We underestimated their capacity for coordination," Westmoreland admitted, his voice measured. "But this is our opportunity to deal a decisive blow. Hugh is a symbol, and we cannot afford to lose it." The room buzzed with activity as strategies were discussed. Westmoreland emphasized the need for precision strikes to minimize civilian casualties while maintaining momentum against the enemy. As the meeting ended, Westmoreland lingered by the window, gazing out at the bustling city below. He knew the world was watching, and the outcome of the battle for Hue would shape the course of the war and his legacy. February 14, 1968. Hue City, Perfume River Crossing. Captain Pham Quoc Hung peered across the Perfume River, the water shimmering under the pale morning light. The Arvan forces had gained ground, but the enemy still controlled key positions on the far bank. Crossing the river was the only way to secure the area, but the task was fraught with danger. Hung issued orders for his men to prepare the small motorized boats hidden along the shore. The soldiers moved swiftly, their movements a mix of urgency and caution. The river was calm, but Hung knew it could erupt into chaos at any moment. As the boats pushed off, the first shots rang out. Bullets zipped through the air, striking the water with sharp splashes. Hung ducked low, his rifle at the ready.
Keep moving, he shouted, his voice carrying over the din. When the boats reached the opposite shore, Hung leapt out, leading his men in a fierce charge up the embankment. The enemy had fortified their positions, but the Arvan soldiers fought with determination, eventually overrunning the defenses. By nightfall the crossing was secured, but the river ran red with the cost of victory. Hung stood silently by the water's edge, the weight of command pressing heavily on his shoulders. February 14, 1968, Hugh City, Forward Aid Station. Doc Walters worked tirelessly in the makeshift aid station, his hands a blur as he treated the wounded. The steady stream of casualties showed no signs of slowing, and Walters had long since lost track of time. "Next," he called, his voice hoarse. A young Marine was brought in, his leg shredded by shrapnel. Walters knelt beside him, quickly assessing the damage. The Marine's eyes were wide with fear, but Walters spoke to him calmly. "You're going to be fine," he said, applying a tourniquet with practiced precision. "Just hang in there." The Marine nodded, his breathing steadying under Walters's reassuring touch. When the last patient of the night was stabilized, Walters sank onto a crate, exhaustion etched into his features. He had saved lives today, but the faces of those he couldn't save haunted him. "You did good work, Doc," a fellow medic said, patting his shoulder. Walters managed a faint smile. He didn't feel like a hero, just a man doing his duty in the midst of unimaginable suffering. February 15, 1968, Hugh City, Civilian Shelter. Nguyen Lan watched as Bao played with a group of children in the shelter. Their laughter, though faint, was a rare sound of joy amid the despair. The children had fashioned a makeshift ball from scraps of fabric, kicking it around the cramped space. For a brief moment, Lan allowed herself to smile. The sight of Bao's carefree expression was a small but precious comfort. "Children are resilient," an elderly woman beside her said. "They find ways to endure, even in times like these." Lan nodded, but her heart was heavy. She couldn't shake the fear that this war would steal Bao's innocence forever. As the game ended, Bao ran to her, his cheeks flushed. "Did you see that, sister? I scored the winning goal." Lan hugged him tightly, her voice trembling. "I saw. You were amazing." In that moment, she resolved to protect Bao at all costs. The war might take everything else, but it would not take her brother. February 15, 1968, Hue City, Central District. Corporal Danny Lasker crouched behind a shattered wall, his rifle trained on a building ahead. The Marines were advancing through the Central District, but the thick morning fog made visibility nearly impossible. "Stay close," Sergeant Wilkes whispered, signaling for the squad to move forward. Lasker's pulse quickened as he stepped over debris, his senses heightened. The fog distorted sound, making it difficult to pinpoint the enemy's location. When the fog began to lift, the Marines pressed their advantage, clearing the building with methodical precision. Lasker felt a surge of relief as the area was secured, but the uncertainty of the fog lingered in his mind. "Good work," Wilkes said, clapping him on the shoulder. "We're making progress." Lasker nodded, though he knew the day's battles were far from over. 17,958, February 16, 1968, Hue City, Citadel Interior. Captain Pham Quoc Quo stood in the heart of the citadel, the ancient walls scarred by the fighting. He had spent his childhood visiting this historic site, marveling at its grandeur. Now it was a battleground, its once pristine halls filled with the echoes of war. Hung's men were resting after a grueling firefight, their spirits lifted by the hard-won victory. As they prepared to move out,
Hung took a moment to reflect on the citadel's significance. "This place has endured centuries of history," he said quietly to his lieutenant. "It has seen invasions, rebellions, and now this. But it still stands." The lieutenant nodded, his gaze somber. "And so will we, sir." Hung felt a flicker of hope. The citadel was a symbol of resilience, a reminder that even in the darkest times, the human spirit could endure. The February 16, 1968, Kuwait City, Southern District. Sergeant William Bill Hawkins moved cautiously through the streets of the Southern District, his boots heavy with the weight of both mud and the knowledge that he was now a key player in the fight to secure Hugh. His unit had taken heavy losses in the previous days, but they were still advancing, pushing the Viet Cong forces deeper into the city. "Keep your heads down," Hawkins muttered, scanning the ruins for movement. The buildings here were older, their brick facades shattered, and every corner seemed to hide a sniper's nest or an ambush. The sounds of distant artillery fire echoed through the streets, punctuated by the sharp crack of small arms fire. Hawkins's men moved in tactical formations, their focus sharp despite the exhaustion written on their faces. As they rounded a corner, an explosion ripped through the street, sending soldiers scattering for cover. Hawkins dropped to the ground, his heart racing. He looked over at Private Gibbons, who had been standing next to him moments before. Gibbons lay on the ground, clutching his chest. Blood stained his uniform, and his face twisted in agony. "Medic!" Hawkins shouted, rushing to his side. The medic, a young Marine named Jenkins, arrived within moments, but it was too late. Hawkins watched helplessly as Gibbons's life faded away. The street fell eerily quiet in the aftermath, the only sound the distant hum of artillery fire. Hawkins closed his eyes, fighting the swell of anger and sorrow. "We'll make them pay for this," he whispered to himself, his hands trembling as he reached for his rifle. The battle for Hugh was far from over, but Hawkins's resolve was only hardening. February 17, 1968, Saigon, U.S. Embassy. Lieutenant Susan Harper sat at her desk in the U.S. Embassy, staring at the letter from her father that had arrived earlier that day. He had written about his concerns over the war, his hopes for her safety, and his longing for her to come home. Her fingers trembled as she folded the letter and placed it carefully in her bag. Despite her father's words of encouragement, Harper knew there was no way to escape the reality of what was happening around her. The war had become a part of her. Every letter, every call, every update weighed on her, adding to the burden she carried. Just as she was about to stand, her radio crackled to life. "Lieutenant Harper, we've got a priority message from Hue. The situation is escalating. The city is not yet secured. We need reinforcements." Harper exhaled sharply, her thoughts momentarily drifting to the safety of her family, her father's letter still fresh in her mind. But duty called. She snapped her bag shut and grabbed her jacket. "Understood. I'll make the necessary arrangements," she said, her voice steady, though her heart felt heavy. As she walked to the command room, the weight of her responsibility was inescapable. She had chosen this path, but at times it felt as though the war was consuming everyone in its path. February 17, 1968, Hue City, forward position. Corporal Danny Lasker crouched low behind a stone wall, his rifle resting in his hands. His eyes were fixed on the horizon, where the enemy's positions were just visible through the shattered remains of the city. For Lasker, every day felt like an eternity. The chaos of battle, the constant threat of ambush, and the death that seemed to follow him everywhere weighed heavily on his soul. "Lasker," Sergeant Wilkes called, snapping him out of his reverie. "We need you on the front. Cover the flank." Lasker nodded, slinging his rifle and moving forward. His mind was elsewhere, however. He thought of the men he had lost, friends, fellow Marines, men who had fought beside him in the trenches. He carried their memories like a heavy cloak. As they advanced, Lasker's thoughts drifted back to the day he had first picked up a rifle, back to the training camp, where he had been so sure of himself. The man he was now seemed like a stranger, hardened, wary, carrying burdens he never thought possible. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire rang out, and Lasker instinctively dropped to the ground, his heart pounding in his chest. He returned fire, his mind sharp with focus, but the guilt was never far behind. February 18, 1968. Way City, Central District. General Westmoreland stood in the command center, his face etched with concern. The battle for Hue had reached a crucial point. Despite the immense American effort, the Viet Cong held on fiercely, and the city seemed to be slipping further into chaos. "Progress is slow," Westmoreland said, addressing his staff. "We cannot afford to lose Hue. It is more than just a city. It's a symbol of our presence in Vietnam. If we fail here, it will send a message to the enemy and to the world." A tactical officer nodded. "We've identified several key Viet Cong strongholds within the city. We'll need more air support to neutralize them, but we'll also need to be cautious about collateral damage." Westmoreland's brow furrowed as he considered the implications. The city was a cultural gem, and its destruction could not only harm the military's reputation, but also alienate the local population. The balance between military objectives and civilian lives was a delicate one, and Westmoreland felt the strain of it with every decision. As the meeting progressed, Westmoreland's thoughts drifted. He thought of the soldiers in the field, the civilians caught in the crossfire, and the broader cost of the war. He knew that no matter the outcome in Hue, the scars would last long after the guns fell silent. February 8, 1968, Way City Civilian Shelter. Nguyen Si Lan had lost count of the days. Time seemed to blur in the shelter, where the air was thick with fear and uncertainty. The children continued to play, as if the war were a distant concern, but Lan could see the weariness in their eyes. They had grown up too quickly, forced to adapt to the horrors surrounding them. Lan sat beside an elderly woman who was once a teacher, now offering the remaining civilians stories of a peaceful time. It was a small comfort, but it offered some semblance of normalcy in the madness. "A time will come when this will all be a memory," the woman said softly, her voice trembling. "A time when the sun will shine again." Lan smiled faintly, the words offering some hope, but deep down she knew that the war would leave permanent scars on the land, on the people, and on herself. At that moment, Bao ran over, his face bright with excitement. "I found a place where there are no soldiers. Can we go there tomorrow?" Lan hugged him tightly, knowing she could not promise anything, but for his sake she wished she could. February 19, 1968, Hue City, Eastern Sector. Corporal Danny Lasker squatted behind a crumbling wall, peering through the shattered window into the chaos unfolding in the streets below. The enemy was close, too close for comfort, and the sound of distant artillery fire vibrated in his bones. It had been a brutal few days of combat, each hour blending into the next. Every day, Lasker watched as his comrades fell, some to sniper fire, others to the harsh, indiscriminate explosions of artillery. And every day, He wondered why he kept going. The Marines were moving forward slowly but steadily, clearing houses and pushing toward key positions. Lasker had grown used to the weight of his rifle and the discomfort of his gear, but it was the weight in his chest that bothered him most. "Lasker, move up!" Sergeant Wilkes's voice broke through his thoughts. Lasker nodded, his heart racing as he rose to his feet, instinctively adjusting his gear. He followed Wilkes, moving cautiously through the street, knowing that danger was always a breath away. As they reached the next position, a Marine ahead of them fell to the ground with a scream. Lasker dropped to his knees beside him, the familiar rush of adrenaline kicking in. The man's wounds were severe, and it was clear he wouldn't survive. Lasker did what he could, applied pressure to the wound, attempted a hasty dressing, but he knew it was only a matter of time. The man's eyes locked with his, desperate and pained, and Lasker couldn't help but wonder how many more would meet the same fate. "Hang in there," Lasker muttered, though the words felt hollow. The man's breathing grew ragged, and as Lasker held him, he realized that in war, sometimes there was no solace. Just survival, nothing more. February 1968, Hugh City, Citadel. General Westmoreland stood at the front of the command room, staring at the map laid out before him. The Citadel was a fortress within the city, and now it had become the heart of the battle. The Viet Cong had dug in deep, making every inch of the Citadel contested ground. "Gentlemen," Westmoreland began, his voice steady, "the Citadel must be taken. We cannot afford another delay. If we don't secure it by tomorrow, it risks falling entirely into the hands of the enemy." His words echoed through the room, each officer nodding in agreement. The Citadel's historical importance made it a key target. Losing it could deal a devastating blow to American morale and military strategy. "We're ready for a full assault," said Colonel Rogers, the lead planner for the operation. "We'll use air support, but I'll need more boots on the ground for a coordinated push." Westmoreland nodded, his face grim. "Do what you need, but remember, we cannot afford to lose any more men, not in a place like this." The weight of the mission pressed heavily on the men in the room, but there was no time for hesitation. The assault was set. The next morning, American forces would push into the Citadel in a desperate bid to end the stalemate. February 1968. Hue City. Civilian shelter. Nguyen Thi Lan had not slept in days. The tension in the air was unbearable, and the sound of distant artillery echoed constantly in the background. The shelter was overcrowded, the walls closing in with each passing hour. She could hear the cries of the children, the murmurs of the elderly, and the occasional scream from outside as a civilian was caught in the crossfire. It was a desperate place, people trapped in a city under siege with nowhere to run. Bao sat at her feet, playing with an old wooden toy that Lan had scavenged from the wreckage of a nearby house. The game was simple, but it gave him something to hold on to, something to do amidst the chaos. But Lan couldn't focus on that. She couldn't focus on anything but the one thing that consumed her thoughts. What would become of them if the battle reached this shelter? A woman, her face streaked with tears, approached Lan. "Do you know where my son is?" she asked, her voice frantic. Lan shook her head, her own heart breaking at the thought of the woman's suffering. "I don't know," she whispered, "but we will pray for him." She took the woman's hands in her own, offering what little comfort she could. But inside, she knew there was little hope left. In the madness of war, the search for loved ones often ended in heartbreak. February 20, 1968, Hue City, Citadel. The morning fog had barely lifted when the assault on the citadel began. Tanks rolled forward, their treads grinding against the debris-strewn streets. American forces, supported by artillery and arrow strikes, advanced through the southern gates of the citadel. For Sergeant Wilkes, it was a moment of sheer determination. The first wave of soldiers had already begun their assault, and his squad was part of the second wave. They had to hold the line. "Stay sharp," Will said, his voice low but firm as he motioned for his men to move forward. The crack of rifle fire and the explosion of grenades filled the air as they advanced, step by step. Lasker moved beside him, the sound of his boots heavy in the oppressive silence between gunfire. He had seen enough destruction in the past few days to last a lifetime, but this was different. The citadel was a symbol, and taking it was not just a tactical victory, it was a statement. As they neared a fortified position, a sudden explosion sent Lasker sprawling to the ground. His ears rang, and dust clouded the air. He blinked, trying to clear his vision, and saw Sergeant Wilkes crouched beside him, already assessing the situation. "We're good. Keep moving," Wilkes barked. Lasker didn't need to be told twice. His feet were already carrying him forward, the mission clear in his mind. They were taking the citadel. Nothing else mattered. February 21, 1968, Hue City, Citadel Interior. By the time the citadel was officially declared secured, the cost had been monumental. Hundreds of lives had been lost, soldiers and civilians alike, and the damage to the historic structure itself was catastrophic. The once pristine halls were now gutted by fire and rubble. General Westmoreland surveyed the aftermath with a mixture of relief and sorrow. The operation had been successful, but at what cost? The death toll was staggering, and the city itself lay in ruins. The victory, though strategically significant, felt hollow. "We've taken the citadel," Westmoreland said quietly to his staff. "But I wonder if we've won anything at all." The question lingered in the air, unanswered. As the men and women who had fought for this moment now grappled with the aftermath, they had secured the ground, but the war and its toll was far from over. February 29, 1968, Hue City, Central District. The silence that followed the fall of the citadel was deafening. Sergeant Wilkes stood among the ruins, watching the smoke rise from what had once been a symbol of Hue's grandeur. His helmet was askew, and the grime of battle clung to his uniform like a second skin. The cost of the battle was clear. Bodies, American, Viet Cong, and civilians, littered the streets. It was hard to tell who had once been who. Their faces, so disfigured by shrapnel and burns, that they seemed like faceless statues. "We won," Wilkes muttered to himself, but the words felt empty. The reality of it weighed on him more than any enemy fire could. Victory had come at a price no one could fully comprehend. Lasker walked up to him, his face drawn with exhaustion. "We did it, Sergeant," he said quietly, but there was no triumph in his tone. "No," Wilkes replied, "we survived." The soldiers moved through the city, clearing debris and recovering the fallen, but there was no celebration, no sense of victory, only the grim acknowledgement that the war was far from over. The battle for Hue had cost them dearly, and the emotional scars would last far longer than the physical ones. Wilkes knew that the battle for the heart of Vietnam was shifting. Hue had fallen, but the war raged on, and the costs would continue to climb. February 20, 1968, Hue City Medical Tent. Private Jenkins, the young medic, stood over the operating table, his hands shaking as he worked. The medical tent was crowded with the wounded, soldiers from both sides, civilians, and a few Viet Cong prisoners who had been caught in the crossfire. The stench of blood and antiseptic filled the air. The sounds of groaning and murmuring from the patients mixed with the constant hum of the overhead lights. Jenkins had seen more than his fair share of carnage, but this felt different. This was his breaking point. A young Marine, barely 19, lay unconscious on the table, his leg severely wounded from a grenade blast. Jenkins worked quickly, trying to stop the bleeding. As he did, he glanced at the faces of the other medics and nurses, all of them hard at work, keeping their focus on the mission despite the overwhelming trauma. One of the nurses, a woman named Helen, caught his eye. Her face was weary, her uniform stained with blood, but her expression was focused. She smiled at him, just slightly, as she passed by. It was a small gesture, but it was enough to remind Jenkins of why they were all here, to save lives, to do what they could to help in a war that seemed to have no end. When the procedure was finished, Jenkins wiped the sweat from his brow and looked down at the young Marine's face. The boy was still alive, still fighting. For the first time in days, Jenkins allowed himself to hope that perhaps there was something worth fighting for. February 23, 1968, Hue City, Southern District. Nguyen Thi Linh had spent the past few days scavenging through the ruins of her home, searching for whatever food or supplies she could find. Bao, ever hopeful, still clung to the idea of a peaceful tomorrow, his youthful innocence providing some comfort in the dark times. But Lan knew better. The streets were filled with uncertainty and fear. The battle had left its mark on everything, from the once beautiful architecture to the people who had called Hue their home. Families had been torn apart, lives destroyed. As Lan walked through the district, she noticed the destruction. Some buildings were little more than piles of rubble, and the streets were eerily empty. The few people who remained in the city were either huddled in shelters or desperately trying to rebuild what they could. She stopped at a makeshift market, where a woman was selling scraps of food. The prices were steep, but it was all she had. Lan exchanged what little money she had left for a handful of rice. The woman's eyes were tired, and Lan could see the strain in her face. "I don't know how much longer I can keep going," the woman said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The war, it's taking everything." Lan nodded, feeling the weight of those words in her soul. There was no clear end in sight, and no one knew how much longer they could hold on. As she walked away, Bao tugged at her sleeve. "Mom?" Lan's heart tightened in her chest. She didn't have an answer, but she smiled faintly and held him close. "Soon, my dear. Soon." February 28, 1968, Saigon, U.S. Embassy. Lieutenant Susan Harper stood in the briefing room, her gaze fixed on the reports coming in from Hue. The situation was still dire. Despite the successful assault on the citadel, the city remained divided, and the insurgency was far from defeated. Her thoughts, however, were elsewhere. Every update she received only deepened her sense of helplessness. Her father's last letter had lingered in her mind, his words of concern about the war, about her safety, about what this conflict was doing to everyone involved. "Lieutenant?" A voice broke through her reverie. Harper looked up to find Captain Monroe standing at attention. "Ma'am, we have a new directive. We're being deployed for further operations in the north. It's about time we hit the Viet Cong strongholds there." Harper nodded, though her heart felt heavy. She had been in Vietnam long enough to understand the harsh realities of this war. It wasn't just the soldiers who were affected. It was everyone. "I'll get the team ready," she said quietly, her thoughts still lingering on the letter and the uncertainty of what tomorrow would bring. February 24th, 1968. Hue City. Forward position. Sergeant Wilkes stood at the edge of a ruined building, gazing out over the shattered landscape of Hue. The city was no longer the place he had arrived in. It was a battlefield, a ghost town. The Marines hadn't taken the citadel, but the city was still a war zone. The remnants of the Viet Cong were regrouping, and the civilian population was left to pick up the pieces of their lives. The fighting continued, not with the intensity of the previous days, but with a quiet, relentless force. For Wilkes it felt like an endless cycle. The war had no clear end, no resolution. Each battle led to another. Each victory seemed hollow. He was tired of fighting, tired of losing men, tired of the war. As he turned to walk back to his unit, he passed by a group of Marines sitting on the ground, their faces tired and haunted. They had seen it all: death, destruction, and the slow, painful toll of a war that refused to end. Wilkes didn't say anything to them. He didn't need to. They all understood. The long road ahead was uncertain. But for Wilkes, it felt like the only road they could travel. February 21st, 1968, Hue City, Southern District. The days following the fall of the citadel were filled with a harsh reality. The battle may have been won, but the city remained in tatters. While soldiers dug through debris and salvaged what they could, the civilians, those who had survived, were left with the monumental task of picking up the pieces. Nguyen Lan was among them, with Bao's hand firmly clasped in hers. She moved cautiously through the streets, past shattered windows, and the remnants of houses once filled with laughter and life. Everywhere she looked, there were signs of devastation. There was no longer a vibrant marketplace or bustling school. Shops were looted and families were displaced. The sound of hammering and reconstruction filled the air, but it seemed like a futile attempt to restore what had been lost. She stopped in front of what had been her neighbor's house. Now only the stone foundation remained. Her eyes scanned the rubble, searching for any trace of what used to be: a flower pot, a broken statue, a photograph. But there was nothing. Bao tugged at her sleeve, his voice barely a whisper. "Are we going to stay here, Mommy?" Lan knelt down, brushing a lock of hair from his forehead. "We'll stay until we can rebuild," she said softly, though she didn't fully believe it. In the silence of the morning, amidst the wreckage, the reality of war began to set in. Rebuilding was not just about construction. It was about healing. But that would take time. And for now, all they could do was survive. February 25th, 1968. Forward Command Post, U.S. Military Headquarters. Captain Monroe stood at the command post, studying the map of the region. The next phase of operations was already in motion. The assault on Hue had been just one part of the larger plan to push the Viet Cong out of the cities. The intelligence reports painted a grim picture. While the battle for Hue had been significant, the enemy's resolve had not broken. The United States had successfully regained control of the citadel and the city center, but that only opened the door to the next battle. It was clear that the Viet Cong had not been fully defeated, and their influence extended far beyond the immediate vicinity of Hue. "We need to clear the surrounding areas," Monroe muttered to himself as he looked at the map. Beside him, Lieutenant Harper stepped forward. "Sir, we've been taking fire from the hills to the north. It's a hot zone." Monroe turned to her, his eyes narrowing. "I know. It's going to get worse before it gets better." The words hung in the air, heavy with the knowledge that no matter how much ground they gained, there would always be another challenge ahead. Harper knew this as well as he did. The war was a relentless cycle, and it was eating away at the soul of everyone involved. Monroe glanced at the soldiers in the command room, their faces weary, their eyes hollow. They were tired, and he too was tired of it all. "We'll proceed with caution," Monroe said finally, "but we move forward. We don't stop." February 26, 1968. Hue City, medical tent. Private Jenkins had not left the medical tent for days. The wounded continued to pour in, some from the battle, others from the aftermath. He had grown accustomed to the sight of men and women in pain, but each time he saw a new victim, it felt like a personal blow. His hands trembled as he stitched up a Marine's wound. The boy was no older than 18, his eyes wide with fear, his breath shallow from the shock. Jenkins had seen too many like him, too many young faces, too many futures cut short by the cruelty of war. When the procedure was over, Jenkins stepped outside for a moment of peace. The air was still thick with smoke from the ruins of the city. The sounds of distant gunfire and explosions were a constant backdrop. Jenkins leaned against the wall of the tent, his thoughts far away. What had they accomplished? Victory in Hue seemed to mean little now, not when so many had already paid the price. "Hey, Jenkins!" a voice called from behind. He turned to see Lieutenant Harper approaching. "You okay?" she asked, her tone soft but concerned. Jenkins nodded, though he didn't really feel it. Just trying to process it all. Harper gave a sympathetic nod. "I get it, but we have a job to do. For every person we lose, we save 2 more. We keep going. That's what matters now." The words didn't bring much comfort, but they did remind Jenkins of the larger purpose. It was a thin thread to cling to, but it was something. February 27th, 1968, Hue City, Southern District. The calm that descended on Hue in the days after the battle was unsettling. It wasn't peace, it was a fragile stillness, as if the city itself was holding its breath, waiting for the next wave of violence to crash down. Sergeant Wilkes and his men moved cautiously through the streets, keeping a sharp eye out for any signs of Viet Cong insurgents. The city was scarred, the once pristine buildings now mere skeletons of their former selves. The streets, filled with the sounds of gunfire and explosions only days ago, were now eerily quiet. Wilkes wasn't fooled by the quiet. It was temporary. He had seen enough of war to know that peace in places like this was always fleeting. The enemy was out there, waiting. As they passed a group of civilians attempting to rebuild their homes, Wilkes couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. The soldiers who had come to liberate Hue had done more harm than good, no matter how they tried to frame it. The scars on the people would remain, long after the battle was over. But his duty was clear. There was no turning back. "Stay alert," Wilkes said to his men as they continued down the street. February 27, 1968, Hue City Civilian Shelter. Nguyen Thi Lan stood in the small shelter, watching as other families sorted through bags of rice and water, trying to organize some semblance of normalcy. The news of the Americans securing the citadel had trickled down, but no one really knew what that meant for them. Some hoped it would mean an end to the violence, but deep down, Lan knew better. The fighting wasn't over. It would never be over until the last soldier left the country. Or so it seemed. Bao was playing with the other children. his laughter a brief, fleeting sound in a place where sorrow had become the norm. Lan watched him, trying to hold on to this moment of peace, even though she knew it was temporary. Bao! Her thoughts turned to her husband, who had gone off to fight in the early days of the war. He had not returned, and she had no idea if he ever would. The uncertainty gnawed at her every day, but there was nothing she could do but wait and pray. A young man entered the shelter, his face gaunt and tired. He was carrying a letter, one that had been delivered through some unknown channel. Lan took it from him with trembling hands, recognizing the handwriting immediately. It was from her husband. Tears filled her eyes as she read the words, but they were words of hope, of promises that one day they would be reunited. In the midst of the destruction, this letter was a lifeline, a reason to keep going, a reason to believe that one day the nightmare would end. February 28, 1968, Saigon, U.S. Embassy. General Westmoreland sat in his office, the latest reports from Kuwait laid out in front of him. The battle had been won, but the war raged on. The enemy had regrouped, and the situation in the surrounding countryside was still volatile. His face was unreadable as he read through the updates. The Tet offensive had been a wake-up call, but it was clear that the North Vietnamese were not backing down. They were regrouping, rearming, and planning their next move. Westmoreland's eyes moved to the map on the wall, tracing the lines of conflict that had stretched across the country. The war was far from over, and he knew that the hardest part was yet to come.